inflection points for gender equality. Let me just start by sharing what happened at this forum that is really groundbreaking. For the first time in the history of the work of gender equality, we had over 10 heads of state from across the world, led by President Macron, President Ramaphosa, President Uhuru Kenyatta, presidents from Costa Rica, from Mexico, from across the world, who came together themselves to make commitments. This is unheard of. But we also had CEOs of global private sector companies, PayPal, Procter & Gamble, Unilever, PwC, major organizations who had signed on for the He for She campaign globally, De Beers, Standard Bank, major companies across the world, across South Africa, across Africa, who signed their names against the Generation Equality campaign, saying, we are committed to making the commitments within our organization that are shaped by the women empowerment principles, that push for gender parity in the companies, that push for equality in training and education, that buy from women and girls, that unstereotype their marketing, that make sure that sexual harassment is a thing of the past. And together, these companies, led by men mostly, shape the he in this discussion. So here we have major women, feminists, activists, women's organizations, girls' organizations, many of them coming together, holding hands side by side with heads of state, with CEOs of companies, and really having this combined conversation about what it would take to fuel a real change in terms of gender equality and an expiration in our lifetime, in fact, by 2030. This powerful coalition is a coalition that we have never seen before. And this coalition came together and identified action in 6 major areas. These are areas that is the unfinished business of the Beijing conference that was held in 2030. And so what we have are issues of gender-based violence, women's economic justice, climate justice, feminist movements and leadership, women's leadership, innovation and technology, bodily autonomy and sexual and reproductive health and rights. These are the 6 areas where women continue to be left behind in many, many areas. And one more, as we've experienced recently in South Africa, a shaking of our peace, women as peace builders and peacemakers under the Women, Peace and Security and Humanitarian Action Compact. So these are the areas that we invested in collectively as the world and decided to confront and respond to gender equality in new ways, particularly after the impact that we had from COVID-19, which reversed many of the gains that we achieved. And you know what this did? When he, she, we came together, we created a formidable force, ready to open a new chapter on gender equality. This is a quote directly from Dr. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, our executive director. The ecosystem of partners and the investments and commitments that were made, bringing to the forefront the greatest barriers to gender equality, we expect to see real progress. But most importantly, every single organization participating, individuals made commitments, specific commitments. We now have thousands of commitments that are trackable, monitorable, accountable in ways that we will track as UN Women globally. But the best news is that we were able to mobilize $40 billion of investments that were confirmed to represent a major step change in resourcing women and girls' rights. So this agenda is not an agenda for women on their own. It is not an agenda that has set-asides. It is an agenda where she, that has always been at the forefront of pushing for gender equality, he who controls, in many instances, our countries, who controls investments, who controls major companies across the world and in our countries, will come together, including the faith organizations and different community organizations. He holding hands with she, and we as a collective of organizations that are willing and excited to mobilize for real change have come together to create this transformation. We invite you to join us at the Generation Equality. We invite you to sign up commitments for what change you're going to bring. Are you willing to push to buy from women-owned businesses? Are you willing to change the culture of sexual harassment that permeates our companies? Are you going to raise your hand up and create the change that we need in terms of our climate and be able to ensure that women's leadership truly is even beyond the 30% that we've committed to 50%? This is what we're inviting all of you to come in and get engaged. As we look at this Voices for Change, we want your voice to join the Generation Equality as this UN decade for gender equality reaches its moment where in the end, 2030 will be the expiration for gender equality. Welcome to Generation Equality. Thank you.
What sobering words coming from Anne Shongwe, because as much as I've said before, we cannot bury our hands in the sand about this. When women thrive, the world will thrive. This is a global matter. This is a global issue that needs to be dealt with as a matter of urgency. What really, really actually concerns me is that, as she said, it would take another 135 years before we see this ideal world of equality, of women emancipation that we are striving for so much. 135 years. That is certainly not in any of our lifetime. And I know as much as you do that this is something that we'd like to see the glimmer of. We'd like to see the ray of sunshine start. And also from her talk, I got that there is that ray of sunshine. You know, it's very easy to slip into the dark and just think about this 135 years that we'd have to wait. But what about the 40 billion US dollars that's been pledged? What about unprecedented things happening, such as 10 heads of state coming together, including our very own President Ramaphosa, to have his signature on there to say, not in our name will the status quo continue. In our name, we will strive for a better world. We will strive for gender equality. Now, earlier, I spoke to you to let you know that we're going to have a fascinating speaker here today, first speaker of the day to kickstart the program. And if you would like to SMS and ask your questions, because trust me, I think you might just have questions for this coming up speaker, the number is 079 913 5211. That is 079 913-5211. We've got Ntombi Langa Royds, who is on standby and ready to join us via Zoom. I told you that little story about Ntombi earlier. She said she loves to talk, and one thing I do is love to listen to her, because she always makes me think of the next thing I could do. Another thing I wanted to congratulate her for is that she is a current chair at the St. Stithians Council, and now they have the Ntombi Langa Royds Basketball Pavilion on the boys' side. Again, this is not just about women talking to women about women's issues. This is a woman who's pioneering in all sorts of spaces within the public sphere, the private sphere, the academic sphere, as well as the NGO space. So without further ado, I am really looking forward to hear what you have to say. Take it away, Ntombi Langa Royds.
Thank you. Very, very illustrious welcome. Thank you very much. You know, I don't know, I'm really honored to be able to chat to everybody. And what I thought I would do today is talk to you about my own personal experience. So it's all about me, right, for a change. And then allow a bit of time for questions in between or at the end, whichever works out. I'm not sure how we're going to pull the questions. I guess whoever is hosting will tell me when there are questions, and then we can do the question. Is that appropriate or correct? I assume that's correct. Great. I'm going to talk about balancing collaboration and really talk about my own very personal experience. So I think the first step is to think about, what does collaboration mean? And when I looked it up, there were all sorts of interesting words put together. But the essence of it is that it's a process of two or more people, right? Or entities or organizations working together to complete a task or to achieve a particular goal. So if you think that in the context of, the lives that we live, right, we should think about collaboration in terms of our homes, our relationships, particularly the personal ones, and then work, networks, and perhaps income generation, because, that's an area that many of us have to deal with anyway. So I thought I'd break the talk up into two areas. So first of all, I'd focus on the home and personal relationships and the person and collaboration there, and then work, networks, and then income generation on the other side. So in terms of the first part of it, personally, I think collaboration is very important, first of all, with the most important person, as I believe it, which is me, myself, and I. Right? So if me, myself, and I can collaborate, right, and work together to get to a particular goal, I think that's the very first and most important step in making sure that I achieve the goals that I need to achieve. Now, when I then engage further people or other people, right, whether they are partners or work colleagues or friends or sisters, siblings or whatever, I then start to say to myself, what do I need to do to make sure that that collaboration ensures that I get what I want and what I need from this experience or relationship? But it doesn't mean that one must subvert oneself, right? So in other words, I don't need to change myself or be a different kind of person or be over-accommodating because of the other person, right? Or the other party in the thing. But it does mean to me expressing myself so that others don't feel or do feel empowered, but they don't feel unempowered, right? There's that beautiful bit of writing that was done, I think, by Miss Williamson, I think, if I'm not mistaken, who talks about shining your own light. And, that doesn't have to make other people feel inadequate. I'll remember what it says later on. But what I'm trying to say to you is that you don't have to subvert yourself, right, in order to accommodate others' inadequacies. It means doing what I want and what I need to do, right? But I need to put that in the context of the societal needs and what that needs to. It also means self-love and accepting that self-love is important. I think today, in today's world of the COVID times, we think of normal relationships and normal in the context of prior to COVID beginning. And maybe there's a bit of a difference, right? I would have loved to be standing in front of you, for instance, and having this conversation, because then I would be able to see, feel, hold you in a different way. But our new world says we must do it differently. And so I have to rely on different skills, right, to be able to engage with you. And hopefully, and I'm engaging enough for you to continue to listen to me as I talk. Because I can tell you it's quite lonely sometimes when you do these sorts of things. You feel like you're talking to yourself, But, you can't see me or know me in my whole context because you see my head and shoulders only. You don't see the rest of my body. Right? Whereas if I'd been standing in front of you, you would have been, conscious of my hands moving around, conscious of the way I turn, the way I stand, if I'm sitting, how I sit, etc., etc. And so I have to learn new ways of creating that collaboration with people, right, online. Right? So I've had to learn new ways to do it, and I've had to adapt doing it in that way, because I do believe that this is the way that we will be doing a lot of communication and interaction for a while to come. Of course, that also brings with it certain levels of mental state and well-being. You know, it's tough, right? Watching the screen all day, not having enough exercise. You know, I was actually sharing with a friend yesterday that I have a back problem. I was involved in a car accident a number of years ago, so I can't sit for too long. Right? And so in the boards that I sit in, they often realize that at a point in time, I stand up and I stand behind the chair, I walk around the room just to create some circulation for me. It's a lot easier, I must tell you, with the online meeting, because I can turn my video off and then run around my space and, you know, do, you know, jumping jacks. I can, you know, do all sorts of things that nobody really knows about, but I'm still present with the meeting. So I find personally that I'm far more productive and effective online because I'm able to do the other things that my body requires for me to be the best that I can be, right? And to get to the need that I particularly require for that interaction. But also remembering that being number one is hard work. And this requires that you must be looking after your mind as well, right? I think I was very moved by, is it Tatiana, the double gold swimming champion out of the Olympics now? She just couldn't stop praising God, right, for allowing her to do what she has done. But also in listening to the commentators who talked about how she had got there, right? She talked about the mental state, how important it is that your mind is in the right place, how important it is that you know why you're doing what you're doing. So looking after your mind becomes very, very important in terms of collaboration as well. Can I stop for a moment and ask if there are any questions that people want to ask at this stage?
Ntombi, you do have a question? You have a question here. It starts off with your quote that says, I do not need to be over-accommodating when I collaborate. Don't subvert yourself to accommodate others, which was your quote. And the person's asking, in your experience, why do women always overcompromise?
Very good question. I don't know if I have the full answer, right? I can just tell you what I think might be a contributor, right? Partly because I think the world is patterned around the male model, right? Or the masculine model of life. So what we try and do then is to say to ourselves, I must either be a man, right? Or must compete with that man, or must be better than that man, right? So then we always have to be doing that, because a lot of the things in our world are related to a model or a societal model that we are not necessarily familiar with, right? Which doesn't really recognize us for who we are and what we can contribute. So what you do then is it's almost about like, to belong and then shine, or get into the crowd and, and then be the better one, be the number one, right? And so that's where the things around subversion and subverting who you are become. If you another way you can look at it is, with children, when they start to play, they have the sense that I will always play with people who are like the following, who, not necessarily like those things at all, or challenge me, but it's always people who look like me, or, I feel a sense of belonging because they're similar to me. So in the same way, you'll find that children in these groups or gangs, they don't often express who they are. There's like a group think that goes on there, and there's a group culture and a group way of doing things, and nobody ever wants to do things differently. I hope that answers your question. So it is about trying to belong and be part of something.
Does it also go back to what you were saying now? You were saying it is hard work to be number one.
Yeah. And number one is not necessarily number one as in top of the class, right? But the best that you can be of you, right? So part of me will say things like, I mean, let's take like a personal example, right? I have got dreadlocks, right? When I started with my dreadlocks, you know, it was like, woo, why you got dreadlocks? You know, I mean, that's not, you know, the way that, you know, women in corporate life should be. But that was me. You know, I decided I want to have dreadlocks. I want to have beads in my dreadlocks. I want to now go gray, which I've now, you know, decided that's what I'm going to be, you know, and not have colors in my hair, you know, anymore. And so that's me, right? But it doesn't necessarily fit the profile of a listed company board director or, you know, incoming chair of St. Stephen's Council or whatever it is that I'm doing. It doesn't necessarily fit, right? I'm not saying that it's right or wrong or the best way or what, but it doesn't necessarily fit with the profile that we have of that role, right? And so for me to be number one of me, I have to continue to do what I want to do and feel comfortable in my skin that I'm doing what I need to do, but I'm doing it in the context of accommodating, not accommodating, but, you know, of living with other people, right? And not doing it so that everybody else just, you know, sort of is not important, right? Because you can't live on your own. Okay, I want to then go into the sort of workspace and networks and then income generation. So when you then understand or have a different or the sort of understanding that I have around collaboration, you then start to redefine what you need as opposed to what you want, right? And wants and needs are two very important enablers and drivers, right? So there's a lot of stuff that I want, right? I want to have a body which looks like, you know, Naomi Campbell in my world, or, you know, even Tina Turner, right? But, you know, do I need it to do the job that I do, right? And you know, and so I need to make those decisions, right? So yes, I do a lot of exercise. I work very hard at trying to make sure that my body gets close to that so that I feel good about myself. But it's not really a need to be able to do the jobs that I do or get involved in the stuff that I need to get into. So it's important that one defines for oneself what are my needs and what are my wants. And then let my needs be the things that drive me forward. And I think COVID, in a very strange way, has forced a lot of people, not only in companies or in the context of companies, but also as individuals, right, to just re-examine what is important. Right? What is important for Ntombi in terms of Ntombi's existence, in terms of what Ntombi believes is her purpose in life, in terms of what Ntombi believes, and Ntombi happens to be very religious, but what is it that she believes her creator brought her to this world for, right? And, you know, whilst I may, you know, almost 60 or 59, I may have been going along a particular path and thinking I'm going the right way. This whole situation with COVID has made me rethink and reevaluate what indeed am I supposed to be doing? What is my purpose and why is my purpose? And then also my values, right? So what is honesty? What is respect for me? What is the sense of belonging for me? What is the sense of fulfillment for me? What is happiness for me? And so as I develop that change and you know, that as I reevaluate and adjust, because sometimes it's not about a complete change, it's just an adjustment, an amendment. I then need to say to myself, then if that has changed, what are the things that I need to be doing for me in terms of ensuring that my need is met? And therefore, when that has changed, how does that affect the things that may be important to me for existence? For an example, work, money, you know, relationships with other people, right? Networking. And I think that, you know, once we have come to terms, you know, I said to a friend some time ago that I happen to live in a space where we have a pretty good garden and we've got lots of walking space. And I've been living here for 20 years, right? And until COVID, I had not seen so many different plants in my garden, right? And that was because I was forced by the lockdown to exercise in my little garden, in my garden space, which I didn't do before. So I was forced to look at plants, to appreciate the trees, to appreciate the different colors of green that come with the different trees, the different essences of flowers, how they smell, how they, the petals feel, all that sort of stuff. And that brought me to realize a lot of things, right, which I hadn't thought about or, sort of contemplated previously. The fact that the sun rises the way that it rises, the way it sets, the birds, the different birds. And in the area that I live in, there are so many birds and I'd never seen them. I'd taken account of the hardy-doves because they make a lot of noise. I'd taken account of the what do they call them? Indian miners, because there are many and they're a bit of a nuisance, and a couple of pigeons. But I hadn't seen any of the other birds and how they operate. And I thought to myself, how beautiful is this world that I have spent my time not knowing about, right, and not seeing. And it's almost sad, but there I had that opportunity to reevaluate and relook and see where it's going to take me to. And then collaboration with money, right? Hey, that's a very big thing, because for many of us, money is an enabler for many things, right? A very good friend of mine, who I hope is sitting in this session, shared with me a very special interpretation of our collaboration with money. Unbeknown to her, she said to me, she has reevaluated what she requires money for. So many of us will I want to make money. I want to make lots and lots and lots of money because I want this and I want that and I want this and I want that. And she said to herself, do I need that, right? Or do I just want it, right? So when we get into this situation with COVID, where many people are losing jobs, people are not getting increases, the money that we've had the value has deteriorated rather than, appreciated. We need to make choices. Do I really need to go and do this? Is this really important? Does this really go to my need rather than my want? Right? And she said, once she had reorganized her budget that way, she suddenly found she has enough, right? And so the need to be running around and chasing more was lessened. Right? And I often share the story of what happened to me around about 50. And I told you earlier on that I'm almost 60. I turned 60 in March next year, and I'm very excited. But before that, at 50, I made a decision. I'd spent my whole life chasing what I call the disposable million, which in my mind was I needed to have R1 million. It was in the bank that I could just draw on when I wanted to, do whatever I wanted to do with it, and it would be there, right? It mustn't be invested in assets or somewhere like that. It must be just really readily available to me. And I did all sorts of things to try and make sure that I got this million. I'd be saving away hard. And then suddenly, I'd save away and I'd get like to 800,000 or 900,000. I'm thinking, another 100,000, I'm almost there. And then something happens and I have to spend the money. Then I start all over again, and this kept going on for years and years and years. And then when I got to 50, I said, relook, readjust, amend. I said, if indeed God wanted me to have this R1 million, I'm sure with all the hard work that I've been doing, I would have had it. And therefore, if he hasn't given it to me at 50, I'm pretty sure it's not for me, right? So let me let that go. Right? And stop worrying about it and enjoy my life. And I think for me, that was a turning point because I readjusted what I needed, what I thought, I needed, right? And actually got to terms with what I really need, right? And decided that the R1 million was a want. And therefore a want You can want it, but you don't have to do it immediately, and you can postpone it or decide to discard it afterwards anyway. So what I'm trying to say is that our relationship with women, as women with money, has to be redefined, right? It has to be about what that money can do to service my needs as opposed to my wants, right? And I think that once we get there, we find that things become possible, right? The door opens. And if you take it from a religious perspective, God opens the doors for us to then be able to achieve those needs that we really are purposed for in this world. In terms of the workspace, the collaboration for me talks to the blended workspaces that we are finding ourselves in. Right? Where, I spoke about the fact that we're more online and as opposed to being offline and on site and meeting people and engaging and doing all those things. But apart from all those things, there's also issues around, for instance, employment law. And these are going to change because the rules of engagement and control are different. Right? If those of us who sit in corporate environments know that we've got this hierarchy of the operator, the supervisor, the supervisor's manager, that whole hierarchy. Now that whole hierarchy is based on a control mechanism that says that I need to see what you're doing and I need to count how many widgets you're making and then say you are a good performer and therefore you get the bonus, etc. Online, or a blended model, which is a mixture of the two, right, it's going to be different. Therefore, the rules around terminations because of lack of performance are going to have to change. Right? The way that we do that control, the performance, measure that performance. Because, if I've got 10 employees and I'm taking them away and they're working hard because I'm standing and supervising them, I get a good bonus. Right? As a simple example, that's going to change because I have to engage with my colleagues and co-workers in a very different way now and have to measure them in a very different way as well. So that leads to a definition change in terms of the interpretation of what power is in the work space. Right? And I think that I often share with close friends, particularly, the story of how disgusted I was during, I think it was the second or third part of our lockdown, where I started seeing CEOs and CFOs going on site, right? And I'm saying, where are you rushing to? What are you doing? You've got well set up home offices. Why are you going back into the office? And of course, predominantly, unfortunately, there are any men on the call. I'm sorry, many of them were men. And I said, guys, what are you running away from, right? Going back to the office to create greater risk for the organization is not helping you or the organization, right? Because something can happen to you, on the way. You can get a deadly form of COVID and you can pass away. Whereas if you had stayed at home, you don't have to worry about the transportation risk. You don't have to worry about catching the virus because you're at home, And of course, it's an ongoing debate. It doesn't finish. There's still, no, we must go back to the office. Because, by the way, at the office, I've got a big space and I've got, a lovely chair and everybody can see me that, as ek, and it's a nice feeling, and many of us aspire to be one day sitting in that big oval office in the corner there and all that sort of thing, which you can't do when you're online. It's a different kind of power. So you exert a different kind of power.
And Dombi, just to make sure that you know that you are not alone, we are listening, we are captivated. I've got some comments and some questions, if I can just jump in there. I'm going to start with a comment, because I think this is such a beautiful comment. It says, morning all, just a comment, Ntombi is an amazing woman. Her consistency with excellence I have observed in different spheres, our previous boys' school, St. Stithians, at church, at St. Thomas, a real role model. Thank you, Dr. And that is from Dr. Bandungani from Pfizer. And we also have a question here for you, Ntombi, coming in from Daniela, who's asking you how you keep a healthy mind and good space. How do you keep that state of mind, firstly? And another comment says self-love. Do you find that women's self-esteem and confidence is affected or impacted by their lack of self-love? And just the final one for you there, innately, we put others' needs before our own. What do we need to remember to feel less guilty about putting our needs first sometimes? That's a very good question.
That's an excellent question. Can I start with that one? Because that really, resonates with me. It's a long journey and it's a daily task. When you're a mom, when you're a sister, it's almost like God patterned us to be the caring and nurturing person. And therefore you feel guilty when you take time on your own. But I remind myself when I do take that time, and I'm not an expert at it, I must be honest. My body often has to say to me, gong, 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 stop it, stop now, take a break, and sometimes it's really like, oh, what can I do, But if we don't do that, we cannot be productive. So I remind myself that if my body is not in the right state, my mind is not in the right state, I am not going to be able to be as productive a mom, as productive a colleague, as productive whatever it is that I want to do. So what is it that I need to be able to continue to do that? My own thing, I try to eat very healthy. I try to exercise. I sometimes exercise too much because that helps me to break, because you need to stop, right? I think in the mining sector around safety, they talk about stop, think, and act, right? So you have to stop, because if you don't stop, you don't see it, right? And stopping means literally stopping, stop and think. Like when they teach you cross the road, stop, look left, look right, and then cross, right? That's exactly what we need to do. And in other contexts, you find, I think Oprah Winfrey talks about listening to the whispers, right? So you hear these whispers and you think, no, I don't want to do anything about it. I'm not going to do anything about it. It's okay. I can handle it, right? But your body sometimes tells you, something is wrong, right? And you need to then stop, right? Breathe and then continue, right? The world has got lots of noises. So, I often used to say, when I have a bath, it's mommy's time. So when the children were growing up, I used to say, bath time is mommy's time. So then I would get into the bath and I would soak and I would take my time and I would do my meditation and do that. But children are children. So they would, gong, 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 ma, hey, ma. And then, of course, the husband also, and I said, guys, it's mommy's time. Please give mommy the time. So as the years went on and the children grew up and became more and more independent, I then started to take time out. So I take 10 days and just go and check into a hotel somewhere, hopefully somewhere where I don't know too many people, because as was said, I've got the gift of the gap. So anybody wants to talk, I'll talk to, right? And then I'll just lock myself in this hotel room or an apartment, holiday apartment or whatever. And I'll just have my books. Then I'd go through like 12, 15 books in 10 days, and just reset my body clock, because I'm one of those, I'm up at 4 a.m. and then I'm busy, and when I wake up and I can't sort of lie in bed and take it easy. When I wake up, I'm up, right? Similarly, thank goodness God has given me the gift that when I put my head down, I'm out, so I rest, right? But I've started, like a lot of us, I've got a Fitbit and what have you, started sort of watching the pattern of my sleep, right? And I know when I'm stressed, I sleep less. And sleep less is an interesting term, because it's not the number of hours that I sleep. I've never been a person who can sleep for 8 hours straight or 6 to 8 hours straight. I have to sleep in bits, right? So when I'm stressed, I sleep 1 hour, I'm up for 3 hours. I sleep another hour. And then at the end of the 12 hours, supposedly night, I've only had 5 hours sleep or 4 hours sleep, And sometimes I can go for a couple of weeks, and then the body says, no more, And then I must stop. So part of part of, keeping sane is about finding the things that help you to stop, think, and act. For me, it's exercise. I love my Zumba, those who know me well. I walk, I do 10, 20. The other day I did 21 kilometers walking with a good friend who I think is also on the call, in terms of raising funds for something. On the 9th, I'm going to do the women's walk, for gender-based violence. So I find a reason to walk, right? A cause that I enjoy. It's not about doing it in a very short time, but it's about walking it and spending that quiet time, meditating, thinking upon whatever it is I believe is the cause for which I'm walking on that day. I also try to do fun things, I think life must be fun, so yeah, so those are the things I try and do to keep sane. And that way also helps me to know that that's my time, and also helps those around me to understand that, mommy's not, or Ntombi is not, my wife, my sister is not ignoring me or not participating with me, but rather giving her time to really digest and absorb what it is, so that when she comes out with a view about an issue raised, it's one that's well thought out, because during those walks, I think I sort things out. I mean, someone once said to me, how do you manage to do all the many things that you do in the short space of time that we have? One of my little tricks is that I have both a physical and an electronic diary. So if someone comes and says, I've got an issue with this and I'd like you to help me with that, I say, that's fine, but can I talk to you? And I look in my diary or my electronic diary and I say, I'll only deal with that matter then, right? And then when I've put it in the diary, I'll deal with it then, right? And I don't worry about it, between that, because otherwise you just have, your head is just cluttered with so many things, you just never get anything done, and it's important to have a sense of achievement. So I hope that sort of answers those questions in a roundabout way, and allows us to think differently about how we do things. Because the other point I was going to make also is that mental health is an important thing. You need to have your mind in the right place. And to have your mind in the right place, as I said earlier, you need to understand what your needs are, what your wants are, and what your capability is. What can you do and what can't you do? Right? And then the one that's come to me very recently, I'm sure a lot of the stuff that people know and talk about, but is to understand your sell-by date. Right? For me, as I said earlier, I'm almost at 60. My sell-by date has arrived, right? And there's nothing wrong with a sell-by date, right? What I find is that people get to 60 and then they don't want to let go, right? So then they spend the next 10 years fighting to tell everybody that, or to ensure that their space is preserved, right? But I think there's a dignity in being able to say, I've done what I can, right? Let me step back and let other people come forward, right? Let other people, take us as a community, as a company, as a family forward, right? So let me just take it back very simply into the family situation. So for years and years, my husband and I have been the people who the children have come to for advice, for, permissions, for whatever. But now we're changing that, because the world that we're living in, just as an example, right? I use, technology to an extent, but I'm no way savvy like my children are, right? So I have to say, it's time to step back, right? And not pretend as if I know everything, right? and rather ask them and get the information and free consulting. My daughter always says, if you had to pay someone, you'd be paying a lot of money, because I phone her wherever I am and say, I can't understand why this thing is not doing this. Why can't I change this document to do this? Why is whatever, how do I get this done? How do I merge these documents, moving from the old ASA to the Mac, big story, big changes for me, the cell phone, so many things that it does that I have no clue of how to do. The other day I was trying to say to her, how do I take a screenshot? She said, Mom, I've told you so many times. I said, yeah, that's why you're my daughter. Just do it again. Tell me what to do. And she gets upset with me that I forget what she's taught me. But my argument is that my mind is this size and it's got so much to deal with. Certain things, if I know I've got a reference point, why must I clutter my mind with them? I can just press the button and then it will come. In other terms, often people will hear me say, it's called harvest time. So I've invested a whole lot of time when I sat outside school waiting for her to do whatever, or my son, at some game or something. Now it's time for them to pay back, so I can call at any time and ask for computer technology advice. I hope that, ladies and I hope there are some gentlemen, that gives you some understanding of some of my thoughts around collaboration, right? And let me sort of try and bring it to a bit of a close and give you a little bit of time to ask questions and just sort of some extra thoughts, right? In terms of that collaboration, it also means understanding your strengths and your weaknesses, right? But also understanding those in the other party. And if it's a him, it's even better, right? In terms of understanding their weaknesses and their strength. And I mean, now is a time to remember that the males in our society are in somewhat an endangered space, because everything or a lot of things are about women, and we are now patterning and changing the world, right? But in doing that, we mustn't make the same mistakes that our male counterparts made to the exclusion of males, right? We must do it including them, right? But with them knowing where their place is, if I can put it that boldly. It also means that you can, on occasion, exploit the strengths and weaknesses to pursue your wants and needs. But that means that you need to plan it carefully and do it in a very sensitive and a feeling way, right? Taking into account what other people do, right? But making sure that you're living your life to your best ability. So I think that's where I want to stop, but want to stop by, sort of sharing with you a couple of quotes from a woman that I really admire. Her name is Maya Angelou. And I read a lot of her poems and her writings, but these couple of quotes came when I thought about today, came very clearly to me. So the first one is, she says, I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made them feel. Right? So if you use that as a mantra in terms of deciding what you're going to do around collaboration with males, with companies, with networks, with your money, it actually does give you some sort of direction. She also says, I have learned that making a living is not the same as making a life. And I think that for those of us who are a little bit older, this is where the change occurs, right? And the story that I shared with you earlier about trying to get that disposable million was exactly about that, right? Making a living as opposed to making a life. I like to think that these days I'm trying very hard to make a life rather than a living. She further says, history, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unloved. But if faced with courage, need not be lived again. So learn, right? Learn from your experience, good or bad. And then the last quote that I wanted to share is that you may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll take some questions or comments if there are any.
And then there's a huge round of applause, and we all feel it. We all feel it. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you so very much. What I love most about what she said is about we are not going to exclude men in this journey. It's not about repeating history's mistakes, but they must also know their place. They must also know their place as well. So, a question for you here, similar to what you've answered before, but it looks like people need more practical experience as well. And this one comes from Geraldine at Aspen, who says, how do we influence this patriarchal society to make equitable policy changes in the workplace? And I'd like to add on to this to say, can we achieve this without achieving this in the home space? Are we asking for too much to want it in the workplace before it's even in our home space?
That's a very good observation, right? I do think that we can achieve it in the workplace. And I'll give you a simple example. When I think of my mother, when my mother was of the age and of the income level that said that she could own a car, she couldn't go to a West Bank or whatever and buy the car. She had to get a man to go with her to go and sign up for the car, right? And for a lot of South African people also, if you talk to your parents and grandparents, you'll find that women could not own houses, right? In fact, there was an industry in Albert Street, in the old Albert Street, where I think it was called the Department of Native Affairs, the predecessor of Home Affairs, where you got all your IDs and stuff. There were guys who had a profession of being professional husbands, right? So what would happen is they would dress up in a suit or whatever, and they would go, and women would come out and say, oh, I can't get a house, or I can't get this, and I need a man's signature. Then you'd pay them to sign their signature or to walk with you to talk to the authorities there to show your husband, and he would be there. And I mean, the authorities didn't really look, at the end of the day, it was a man, as long as the voice was deep, it was a man, and so there were guys who stood outside the old Albert Street doing that. So we've come from that world, right, to a world where today, if I want to buy a car, I can buy it. If I want to buy a house, I can buy it. I actually, even if I'm married, and I'm married, out of community property without the marital right, I can go ahead and buy the car without telling my partner that I'm doing it, right? So I do believe we can change it, right? If you think about in the workspace particularly, where we move from a time of when you are pregnant and you have it, and you're going to about to have it, as soon as you announced that you were pregnant, you had to get off work. You weren't guaranteed the job that you had before, right? That's changed, and I think with the online working and etc., it's even going to change further, where we can be on maternity leave, but we can also work at the same time. So there's no need to sort of move you out of your space, right? Because you're having children. In fact, very recently, I was, as part of my life, I worked with the King Commission on remuneration, and we were doing some work and having some conversation around wage gap analysis and such. And I read a very interesting article which says that there's something called the mummy gap, right? So we talk about, wage gaps and gaps which are related to levels, etc., etc. But there's a mummy gap, which over time, right, has ensured that women have ended up at the bottom of the remuneration hierarchy because they took 3 months, 6 months, a year to have children, right? And yet, historically, males, right, were given more money because they had more children, right? So that widened the gap even more, I thought, wow, this is a new world. So to answer your question, at the end of the day, I do think that it can change, right? I do think there has been some change, but there needs to be far more change, right? Hours of work, if you talk about at the wage level, how, when the hours of work happen, right? Because at the end of the day, if we're going to define what my wages are hourly by the number of hours that I put in, then count them properly. Don't just count them between 8 and 5. Count them at the number of times I've had to stay up at night to ensure that the deadline is met for tomorrow as well. But I've also managed to put my children to sleep, do their homework because we're online, and help them with that. Plus as well, ensure that, the partner has everything that he needs, and to take care of my own needs as well. So yeah, I hope that sort of gives you a sense and some practical things that we can consider for the changes that we see.
It really sure was a practical life lessons. And this comment, I think, beautifully closes what you're saying here. And before I read it, I think my take home is taking stock, taking care of yourself. Less is more. And living with purpose. You quoted Oprah earlier, and she also once said, do what you love and the money will come. So chasing that elusive million over and over, if you do what you love, you won't even notice. The million will just be there, right? It'll just happen to be there, just following purpose. To close off on your session this morning, I'd like to give you this comment that came through now on our WhatsApp line. That number again is 079 913 5211. This one says, thank you, Dr. Ntombi, for touching on real life solutions. And this is an eye-opener. Amazing that we need to put my needs first, spending time doing things we love. Walking is key as that clears minds, as the mind is the driver for our being. Salute, Dr. Julia. Thank you so very much for your time. I really, really appreciate it. Learned so much from that. And next time I want to pick your mind about this mommy gap, because that really, as I was thinking the pay gap between men and women, now there's the pay gap between the moms and the non-moms. So,
exactly. Yeah. It brings up a whole lot of things. But also just to say that last comment, thank you for adorning me with a doctorate. I don't own a doctorate and I'm not called a doctor. But thank you very much for it.
Thank you so much. We really do appreciate your time. Moving along, and just so you know as well, when we're talking about parenting and collaborating, later on, fascinating speaker that's going to be joining us. We've got Josh Levs, who's going to be talking about modern day fatherhood being essential for gender equality. I couldn't agree more. I really, really couldn't agree more. Coming up next, we've got a video, and if you'd like to get involved, please do hit us up on our social media platforms. You can use the hashtag Voices of Change 2021 or VOC 2021. That's hashtag Voices of Change 2021 or hashtag VOC 2021. Coming up next, we've got a video by our CSI project. This is SOAR. This is some incredible work that's been done. We've had amazing reception from you as individuals as well as organizations who have donated this life orientation book that is going out to underprivileged schools, to young girls who need this book. It'll give insights on career guidance. And I took a look at some of the career guidance that they are giving these young girls. Exposure is so key. I mean, it's not just about becoming a nurse or a doctor or a lawyer. They're expanding these girls' worldview that there are all sorts of other professions that they could be looking into. And once you've given a young girl an opportunity, the world really is their oyster. So if you can, please dig into those wallets and do donate some more. The more girls can get this book. It's not just a book. Like today, it's a movement. It's a way of life. There's an interactive element to this book as well. There's like a workbook in it where they can write, they can read, they can learn, they can be exposed. So if you can, please do donate more. I have been told that AECI has donated an additional 50,000 Rand. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Each and every cent is going to something that is so necessary and so useful to every little girl that will have that opportunity to take that book home and escape into this world. So, you want to know more about SOAR and what SOAR does and about this life orientation book? Take a look at this video.
Thank you for that introduction. I clearly remember the day a career counselor asked me what I wanted to study after I finished matric or grade 12. It was a few weeks before prelim exams, the first time I had spoken to a career counselor, and all I knew for sure was that I didn't want to study teaching, the career he was trying to convince me to pursue. I said that I would probably study accounting. I was good at both accountancy and business economics at school, even though I was intrigued by the world of advertising. To get into advertising, I thought that I needed to have art as a subject. Well, it turned out I was completely wrong. Back then, I was unaware of the many different careers that existed. But back then, we didn't have internet, tablets, and smartphones. Information wasn't readily available at our fingertips as it is today. My parents' generation were and still are predominantly entrepreneurs. Many hadn't finished their high school studies, including my parents, who left Greece, where they were born in their late teens, to come to South Africa to find a better life. My parents were therefore not equipped to have a career conversation with me or my siblings. We only really knew about the careers our older cousins were studying, and they were all studying the same things: accounting, marketing, or architecture. My career choice was dictated by my marks and not by my interests, so I studied a bachelor degree of accounting science by correspondence through UNISA while working full-time doing my accounting training. And although I had a good 18-year corporate career, I never fell into the traditional accountant role. We live in an ever-changing world where technological advancements are taking place at unprecedented levels, where the amount of information being created and used on a daily basis is increasing rapidly, and where the careers of the future, my small children's careers, have not yet been discovered. This book has been written because despite the technological advances that have been made over the last 25 years, not all school learners have access to the information they need to make the right choices for themselves. As someone who worked in the corporate environment, I know, as well as you do, how much value is placed on data and information. Management, executives, and board members rely on the information to make important decisions for all their stakeholders. And yet, we expect 16-year-olds to make decisions that could impact their futures without appropriately equipping them with the information they need. As a lifelong learner and now an educator in higher education, it shocked and saddened me that in the time and age of information at our fingertips, this is the case. They don't know what they don't know. I recently read that in South Africa, 80% of Black learners don't have access to career information, and their parents can't afford to pay for career counseling services. This is not okay. This book, however, is not comprehensive. It covers only 50 different careers to make the young learners aware of their possibilities. It provides the young girls with a glimpse of tertiary education through the stories of 50 young women who have selflessly and kindly contributed to it. It also contains mindfulness exercises to help them find new and different ways of coping with school stress and the pressure that comes with being a teenager today, both within and outside of school. We have also included stories of women who are breaking barriers in aviation, mining, sport, and media, so-called men's careers. This generation is not as limited by the gender stereotypes of our and previous generations. We show them that they shouldn't be discouraged by outdated views of what they, as young women, can do. Lastly, we have included articles about the fourth industrial revolution, becoming an entrepreneur, building courage, and being digitally savvy, among others, so that they can be better prepared for the world that waits for them beyond their classroom. To date, approximately 1,800 books have been distributed through the charitable donations of predominantly individual donors. This is not sustainable. Voices of Change has come on board as a partner and has pledged an additional 300 books with this event. There are issues confronting our world and country that are so big and overwhelming that as individuals we feel helpless, that we are unable to make any significant impact. As an individual, my initial thought when I came up with the idea of SOAR was, who am I to do this? And my higher self responded, who are you not? In the words of the late and very wise Nelson Mandela, it is not beyond our power to create a world in which all children have access to good education. Those who do not believe this have small imaginations. It is by no means the answer to all their problems, but the hope and vision is that this book will provide thousands of young girls across South Africa with the information they need to inspire and empower them to soar. Please help us do that. Thank you.
A big thank you again to everyone who's donated. Those books are going to make a huge contribution in a little girl's life. And it's not too late. You can still donate, dig into those pockets. Thanks again to AECI, who have donated 50,000 Rand to add on to the already 300 books that we had donated. So if you can make those donations, I'd urge you to do it, because that book will be that solace that that little girl and that exposure that that little girl has. It's an impact that is immense. Without further ado, we unfortunately cannot take our break. We are going on. I am actually told we actually can take a break. So you can go refill that coffee or some water. Whoever was distracting you and wanting to talk to you, you can go and attend to them now, because when we come back, something extraordinary is going to happen. I am looking forward to this year's keynote address. We have Professor Bonang Mohale in the studio. He's here, he's on standby and ready to give us his pearls of wisdom. So until then, that's 5 minutes for a break, and I'll see you just now. And a very warm welcome back. My name is Masa Gegana. Welcome back to Voices of Change 2021. Don't forget those hashtags. It's hashtag Voices of Change 2021 or hashtag VOC 2021. That time has arrived. I hope you have gone to the loo, you've washed your hands, you have gotten your snacks and your treats, and your mind is ready to absorb. We're about to have a conversation about gender equality with a man who is absolutely phenomenal, a leader in our society, and a great businessman indeed. This is all about independently being strong, but collaboratively being powerful. So teaming up with our male counterparts who are at the helm of decision-making is the best part of today. Without further ado, I would like to announce Professor Bonang Mohale. And Professor, as you make your way to the stage here, I'd like to, I read an article that you wrote in Fin21 this week about the recent events that we saw happening in our country. And it was my heart on a piece of paper. You took my thoughts and you just put it on and penned it in black and white. But for those of you who haven't read that article, I want to read just a short paragraph where you say, the social compact has been broken. Our economic fabric is under severe strain, and we have finally reached a breaking point with an economy that was already rapidly deindustrializing and on its knees. Earlier, we heard from Ndombi, who was saying that for profitability, business needs to get on board to jump on the bandwagon of women emancipation and gender equality. So with that quote, I'm going to leave you to it and impart those pearls of wisdom to us, please.
Makekana, thank you very much for that truly humbling introduction. To be in the presence of dignified greatness from the black pool of excellence. You continue to motivate and inspire us. So today, as I talked mostly to men about women issues, I'm reminded of what my grandmother has inculcated in us, that a social activist is not somebody that talks about society, but somebody who works in and amongst with the society and indeed the community. So as men, we are the custodians of the corporate doors, of the proverbial glass ceiling. It's when men are comfortable dealing with issues of gender equality and gender parity that we know that we are indeed going to make progress. It is men that are supposed to kick down these doors to ensure that 51% of the population that is female, out of the 60 million South Africans, is emancipated, not only to work at their potential, but their fullest potential. Because we know that companies that are managed by women are the best companies to work for, are more profitable. They command a much higher multiple at exit. They're more kind and considerate. They're more sustainable in the short term whilst building this notion of resilience in the long term. We also have seen that during the pandemic, it is those countries that have women as heads of those countries that have better dealt with the pandemic, this coronavirus, than those that are led by men. Germany, all the Scandinavian countries, New Zealand, etc. But I think it will be remiss of me to talk about leadership in general in the context of women leadership and the role that men can play without talking about two things in the interest of time. One, of course, is the pandemic itself, and I'll come back to that. But the 2 weeks in July that have left all of us absolutely traumatized. And I'm talking about it really in the context of leadership, where as a people with great natural endowments, we were traumatized, we were scared, we were unable to sleep at night because at our moment of greatest need, this ANC-led government was unable to protect us and therefore fulfill their constitutional mandate. For me, I think what I saw happen is probably an intersectionality amongst a number of things, but let me just talk about three. One, of course, is the ethno-tribalism that was whipped up. We were very lucky as a people with great natural endowments that 27 years into our democracy, the one thing that we're able to avoid is tribalism. And yet, the former president, when he was found wanting, he played that very card. And again, my grandmother warns that those of us that love peace must learn to organize and mobilize as effectively as those that love war. The other intersectionality for me was rampant criminality. This accounts for more than 90% of the people that I saw loot for 2 weeks. These 2 weeks in July that we're going to talk about for generations to come, when we lost our innocence, when the emperor was found wanting, the emperor with no clothes. The last piece is genuine desperation by ordinary South Africans. And that's what these arsonists, these thieves, these insurrectionists were hoping for, that the tinderbox has been lit and it will be so easy to mobilize people that are already disaffected, feeling excluded, because protest is the language of the unheard. Why genuine desperation? You know, I think that part we can understand because one, all of us were just thinking about recovering from the 9 wasted years of state capture. President Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma did not invent state capture, but he definitely perfected it. He was just clumsy about it. He was the most greediest, and he went about it as if there is no tomorrow, feeding at the trough, industrial scale looting, 1.5 billion stolen in just 5 years, siphoning off on average 200 billion just to the 2 Zupta families. How much of that could have gone to eliminating pit latrine toilets that have killed 2 5-year-olds, Michael Komape and Lumka, sad, tragic, and regrettable death. But also we're already in a recession. Not technical recession because South Africans were feeling it in their back pockets, that their income and therefore their discretionary purchasing power was eroding probably in the last 10 years. But it didn't help that Moody's joined Fitch and Standard & Poor's in giving us a rating below investment grade, sometimes colloquially referred to as junk status. Today, we are no less than 3 notches below investment grade, thereby making borrowing by government and business, but you and I, that much more expensive at the time that we are at our poorest. So when the pandemic found us, we were already prostrate, face down, absolutely finished, and it just ravaged us. So it's 4 things that most countries are unlikely to survive each, and here we are dealing with 4 of them concurrently, simultaneously, in parallel. Not either or, but both and together at the same time. So, like typical South Africans, we went about to add an extra, a 5th layer in a typical South African fashion where we cut our nose to spite our face. In this notion of self-harm, self-inflicted pain. So we went on this looting where we burned businesses, we stole, left, right, and center. When you look at the catalog of what we have destroyed, there's no doubt that these insurrectionists have taken us back 20 years. Not only did they loot anything and everything, but not even the blood bank was spared, where people went in to steal the fridges, spilled the blood that they themselves, when they go out, might have personally needed in case they were short, especially the type O blood group. But no, okay. We saw them go to the 16 warehouses that were burned in just the first day. One of them, a pharmaceutical company, it ended up being 2 over the 3 days. That supplies medication not only to the Next Healthcare Group in KwaZulu-Natal, where they now had to fly in these supplies, thereby increasing the cost of doing business, but also medication that was critically needed by the very looters in terms of their chronic illnesses, of TB, of HIV/AIDS, of diabetes. Knowing that the very next morning they will be the ones that are queuing for bread and milk and meat, and they will spend a minimum of 4 hours in those queues. 200 malls burned, 800 shops absolutely destroyed, 1,400 ATMs seriously damaged. When you look at, but how can we characterize this? And what really went wrong? One comes only to one conclusion, that this was not only well planned, executed in military style, attention to detail. The first people that would come in mostly in luxury SUVs with tires in their cars, with just a few hired hands. That's how desperate our people are, and they'll be told to drop a few tires on the N3 and on the N2. But the intent was to break the infrastructure of this country, the backbone, the supply chain, especially the critical route that takes goods and services from KwaZulu-Natal to Gauteng. Just those 2 provinces. Gauteng is 30% of the national GDP, KwaZulu-Natal 16, Western Cape is 14. Just those 2 is half the economic activity of this country. And that's what was targeted. These arsonists, when they went to the warehouses that needed to be burned, the first thing that they did in military fashion was to disable the security cameras and the fire detection equipment to make sure that those warehouses and the 8 factories burned to the ground. So you can see the collective trauma that we are indeed feeling as a people with great natural endowments. But also, as I conclude on just that desperation, you could understand, because how does this manifest, this desperation of our people? Today, 27 years into democracy, inequality is increasing. Racism is at an all-time high. Black graduates are roaming the streets hopelessly. Public education has collapsed. Public health care continue to fail the poor and the vulnerable. Critical infrastructure lies barren, and lawlessness has now become an epidemic. So we send a strategic message to the country that says it's okay to take things that don't belong to you, that you can indeed get away with it. So when you are contemplating sending the former commander-in-chief to prison, especially if that commander-in-chief is also the head of intelligence in the ANC in exile, you should have known, you should have anticipated that there will be some of his loyalists who are not happy and therefore would want to voice that anger. And yet we did absolutely nothing to prepare for that eventuality, as if during our scenario planning and in our risk analysis, this we didn't even think about quite seriously, so that we are proactive in our actions and indeed in our approach. 3 months before, we saw how these Amadela Ngogubona continues to do what they've always been doing for the last 36 months at least, going mostly to construction companies in KwaZulu-Natal, state-owned entities and state-owned companies, and demanding equity for free. And saying if anybody is going to be hired in these compounds, in these firms, in these companies, in these enterprises, it has to be people from our own groups. They even issued an edict that if you are a funeral undertaker, funeral parlor, you'll not be allowed to bury in KwaZulu-Natal unless you came from KZN. And again, there was no response from those whose job it is to protect us. They went on looting trucks under the aegis of xenophobia. That no, these truck drivers are hiring people, other Africans from the rest of the continent. And 32 trucks were burnt in one day. And again, the police stood by, twiddling their thumbs. And yet we said, this is going to be a country of laws, not of men. But for me, the one that really broke my heart is in a pandemic, when we are trying to dodge this bullet, MKMVA goes to Nkandla and disregard all the Disaster Management Act of social distancing, of wearing masks, of washing their hands with soap and running water at least for 20 seconds and wearing masks. And they march up and down in front of Nkandla saying you have to go through us. And again, our authorities did absolutely nothing. So people realized that they could get away with it. Even the apex court, the court of last resort that you cannot appeal, gives us more time by writing to the former president to say, what do you think will be an appropriate sentence for somebody like you who's demonstrated contempt of court of the Commission of Inquiry that he himself set up, of which he himself wrote the terms of reference that he was trying to expand to go back to 1652. Even at that time, to the security cluster, to the intelligence community, we don't put systems and processes just to say we are ready, because that's our job, that's what we are paid to do. So I think the learnings that we have to extract from here is going forward. It will be the South Africans themselves, you and I, that have to go back to the preamble of our constitution. That starts with we the people, not the politicians, my words. Recognizing the past injustices. And then in the middle it says, united in our diversity, imploring both you and I and mandating us to rectify these past injustices. Gender inequality is just one of them. And to bring about this notion of social justice. And it ends with a hymn written by Enoch Sontonga in 1857, Nkosi Sikelel' iAfrika, a healing song. And our forebears in their wisdom, they gift us with this reconciliation where they take this hymn, which has now become a national anthem of no less than 5 African countries, including Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Tanzania. And they take the West of the apartheid regime, this stem, and they put it in to weld us in giving us a new flag and a new national anthem. And they put in some English words, which is the last stanza of this stem. And the last sentence of that says, we shall live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Knowing that at best it's only aspirational, because 72% of farmland owned by individuals still belong to white males. 15% to Coloureds, 5% to Indians, and only 4% to Africans. In spite of the fact that in our constitution, Section 25, Article 3A, talks about land reform, where it promises 3 things: land restitution, land redistribution, and land development. And again, we were caught napping. 27 years, we're still talking about it. We haven't effected it yet because we probably failed in enacting the required regulations to make it easier. In spite of the fact that when you looked at line number 8 of that section 3A, it says when conditions of fair and equitable have been adequately fulfilled in the interest, public interest, that compensation can be down to 0. Let me leave that part and conclude with a little bit about the pandemic. You see, the pandemic, we've always wanted to do 2, which should have been 3 things. Number 1 is how do we save lives? So it gives us time to make sure that our hospitals are ready, the equipment is there, the oxygen when it's required, but also to preserve livelihoods. Because we knew that 10 times more people will be killed by hunger and starvation than by the virus itself. Therefore, we needed to make sure that our businesses at least are still functioning whilst we're making sure that we contain this virus. The last piece we should have focused on quite seriously is how do we then break the chain between the coronavirus pandemic cases and deaths? And the only way we could have done that is vaccine rollouts, where over a period of time, because this vaccine and this pandemic, this COVID-19 is not going anywhere fast. It's going to be with us for some time, is to ensure that for those that are vaccinated, even if they contracted, at the very worst, it becomes a mild flu. As a country, as a people with great natural endowments, again, we look at this with a full understanding that vaccine rollout was always going to be a race, because the country that reaches herd immunity first, and herd immunity is defined as 80% of the population having already developed antibodies to this virus. The president sets us a herd immunity target of 67%. That's 40 million South Africans out of 60 million. That's entire adult population in January. So when you do the math, we should have been inoculating at a rate of 100,000 people a day, every day. If we did that, it would have taken us 400 days or 13.3 months, which means we're already planning, agitating, and orchestrating to finish only in the middle of 2022. 27th of January comes, and we compare ourselves only with BRICS counterpart, and we look at only vaccine doses administered. Brazil is already 579,000. Russia on 800,000. India on 2 million. Russia on 15 million people. South Africa, 0. So we know we're starting from a back foot. We're already behind. The Minister of Health, Dr. Zwelini Mkhize, set us a target of 1.2 million frontline workers vaccinated by the end of March. So the end of March comes and goes. By that time, we take the tally. We've only vaccinated 350,000, which we should have done in 3 days. And this includes the Sisonke program, where we're getting batches of 60 to 80,000 to be part of the Sisonke program as part of J&J with the Oxford University, where we didn't have to pay a cent. So until and unless we realize that as an economy, we have to accelerate and pick up the pace, we now celebrate that we have just passed 8 million mark. That we should have done at least in the first 6 months. That the run rate now has to be a minimum of 350,000 to 400,000 a day, every day, if we want to have some semblance of an economy that is indeed opening up. But we still go about it as if we have done nothing wrong. Officially, we're not vaccinating on Saturdays and Sundays. Only the private sector does that. Let me just conclude before I take questions and answers to say what then needs to be done. I think there's a big role that needs to be played by business, of course, working hand in hand with government, as we have done under Business for South Africa, when we paid for South Africa to get onto the COVAX program, not just our initial tranche, but also even the second tranche that government should have paid by the 18th of December, and they didn't. Because you see, when you steal money, eventually it gets finished. So we paid the second tranche on the 28th of December. That's why we're in the COVAX program. But without unpacking it, I think the role of business today moving forward has to be absolutely different. Let me come to government and say, what do you then need to do? You see, what drives share price of listed entities is rumor and speculation. So we need to send a message that says South Africa is open for business. We'll only do that when sufficient numbers of us have been vaccinated. So I think for this government, number one, you have to take the state capture miscreants to jail. Number two, you have to roll out this vaccine program as a matter of urgency, as if our whole life depends on it, because indeed it does. Number three, we have to reduce government debt, because at 93% debt to GDP ratio pre-COVID, and this excludes guarantees to the more than 740 state-owned entities and state-owned companies. When you include that, we're on 110%. And we've already demonstrated that we are indeed, as a government, technically bankrupt. Because if we need more money, we reprioritize. We steal from Murungwe to pay Manso, from Peter to pay Paul. I think we also need to fix our state-owned enterprises. We need to reduce our public sector wage bill because it's not sustainable that what Edward Kitzvetter collects through the South African Revenue Service, 70% of it goes to 3 buckets. Number 1, social security. Number 3, public sector wage bill. And then servicing debt. We're borrowing at the rate of 2.1 billion a day, every day pre-COVID. Now it's more. Debt servicing costs are 20 billion. When 11.7 million of our people are unemployed, when 10 million young people are not in employment, education, and training, when 16 million were gainfully employed pre-COVID, and now we know that more than 14 million are actually unemployed as we speak, where unemployment rate on an expanded basis is 43.2%, but youth unemployment, it's 74.7%. The elements that were present during the Arab Spring are here, present, and immediate. The last piece, before we take questions and answers, is what then can business do? I think as business, we need to survive, because if you can survive, you're already profitable. Number 2, we need to deliver this notion of shared value. See, what keeps boards awake at night is to ensure that corporate decision-making is consistent not only with the whims of the shareholders, but the broader stakeholder community is taken into consideration, including the commitments made by the executives. When we move from integrated reporting of triple Ps to ESG as environment, society, and governance on our way towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we have to change how we have looked at ourselves as a good corporate citizenry. We need to ensure that we do no harm, that we make the world a better place, that we help in our own spheres of influence to make sure that all of us comply with the rule of law. And then lastly, I don't know why that we've been talking for 10 years about digital migration. Government say 5 ministers later, we're going to auction off the spectrum. If we make that decision on Tuesday, it is possible that we could bank 20 billion by Friday, because most of the telco companies are indeed waiting for this. Lastly, I think we need to take this notion of education seriously, because that's the shortest way in which we can transcend social classes. Be born in Alexander, 2 kilometers away from the richest square mile in Sandton, after 20, 25 years of hard work and application, that you can afford a house in the leafy suburbs of Bryanston. Not because you want a tender, but because you deserve it and you can afford it. Education matters because when one steadily burns the midnight oil, one gains access to the domain of knowledge and wisdom, the world of meaning, the world that cannot be conquered without a persistent crusade. And I think the way we can really bring it all together is to make sure that when you put a smartphone in the hands of women, not only does the nutrition of their own children, education and health improve, but of the entire society and community from which they come. I'm happy to take some violent disagreements, some questions and answers, because that's where the value, the utility would come from.
You do have some questions. I'll give you one at a time, because this first question it's very important. It's not the why. I think many of us are understanding the why we need to do this, but it's the how. And this says, as a man in leadership, how would you advise other men in leadership positions across organizations and actively support and join conversations on gender parity in the workplace? That is, as a man in leadership, how would you advise other men in leadership positions across organizations to actively support and join the conversation on gender parity in the workplace?
I think this is so critical. But you see, it's more than a conversation now.
Yeah.
Where we are, it's about the doing. And I think, speaking from our own personal experience, 1996, you weren't even born. I was the managing director of the world's biggest and oldest elevator company, Otis. And I left a woman at Otis in charge. I became the chairman and the group CEO of Shell Oil Products Africa. I left an African, Ubab Hloni Pizo, Justice Mtola. The last job I held full-time before I took an early retirement at age 55 is at Business Leadership South Africa, where I left an African woman. So where I've been finally accountable, that's what I've been doing. Today, I'm the chairman of the Bidvest Group Limited. They employ 135,000 people. They've got 6 divisions. They've got 350 companies, 240 of them are operating entities. The board, when we founded, there was only Sis Nompumelelo Mpumi Madisa on that board of 8. Now, we are approaching more than 70% of that board consisting of very capable African women and more than 67% black. And it's still extremely profitable. So 1st of October 2020, for the first time in 32 years of this proudly South African company, it had a group CEO who had been there for 15 years as the group CEO, Sisinompumelelo Tembekile Madisa. That's what we need to do. Lastly, you see, because we are the custodians of the C-suite, it's not about having conferences. It's about when we leave today, which is on a Thursday, to say, what can I do that is different on Monday? You go to your HR department and say, show me a printout of how we are paying women compared to men. Because it can be that in the 21st century, we are still paying women 75% of what we pay men for work of equal value. You look at it and you make adjustments. Even if it takes you 100 years, at least you can close that pay parity gap. And that's what really we can do, rather than just mentoring, coaching on the job, and then sponsoring women. Because it is in our own self-interest to be led by women. Because not only countries, but households and companies that are led by women are much more joyous, much more productive, and much more profitable.
I love what you're saying. It extends. We are beyond the point of conversations at this point. We're on the point of conferences. We are at the point of going to that HR department, making sure that you actually effect your influence in a positive way and make sure that it's long-lasting for women. Another comment we have here and a question coming in saying, some men don't believe or understand or support the need for gender equality. And that's a reality. Can you maybe share your experience on this and how it could be the case? Please share your male perspective to better educate us as an audience. You see, these are men who want to learn. These are men who are saying, I'm not just sitting here. Like, how do I do? How do I become like Professor Bonang Mohale, who has left organizations better with strong women, capable women?
You see, unless we are deranged, we should look at ourselves in the mirror and say, Bonang Mohale, you are a product of a woman. Because my mother was a woman. My grandmother was a woman. And that's where I got 90% of my wisdom. So how come when we get to companies, now we don't believe that the people who raised us, who fed us, at our most vulnerable, who cared and nurtured for us, made us who we are. Today we can call ourselves chancellors of the universities of the Free State, products of these women. But when we get to the world of work, we don't even accept women as our equals, let alone submit ourselves being led by women. And yet at home, we were led by powerful matriarchs, warriors of women that would fend off lions just to make sure that we live. What has changed? I think what needs to change is not women, because women know that they're capable. It's men's, how they look at women. Today, the last point, when you look at enrollments in the 26 public universities in South Africa, there's more women than there are men. When you look at the graduation ceremonies, which I do once every quarter, more women are graduating with better grades than men. When you look into our companies and look at the people that are the hardest working and yet are very inwardly focused. You know, women, when there are 10 attributes that are required for a job and they only have 8, they look and say, I don't qualify. They don't apply. Bloody men, when 10 attributes are required, they've got 4, they say, I'm going to take a chance, and they apply. And in an interview, they say, this is what I'm going to do to fill up the gap on the last 6. We know women's abilities and capabilities. Let's not pretend like they are not there. Let's not question. When we promote men who are reps into supervisors, we know they've never supervised anything in their lives. We say they learn on the job. But when we interview women who are reps, who want to be supervisors, we say, what experience do you have in supervision?
Yeah.
And yet we know nobody is ever born a professor or an MD or a chairman, which I am. You can't learn how to swim from reading a book. At some stage, you have to dip your big toe in the cold water. I think we need to give women a chance to lead us. And let me tell you, I'm led by women. I'm well led. That's why I walk around with a permanent smile on my face.
And that's why you're successful.
Exactly.
We must just add that part. Going back to this conversation about gender equality, your talk did an amazing job at especially the problems that we are facing in this country, our failing SOEs. And by the way, speaking of failing SOEs, 7 o'clock on Sunday, I have a very fascinating story. You want to watch that. Our collapsing healthcare system during a pandemic, our poor education system, all these problems that we're having over and above our 2 weeks of trauma in July. And then somewhere in the midst of all of this are issues of gender equality. Is there a hierarchy? How do we tackle all of this simultaneously?
You see, life unfortunately happens when you're busy planning. Where we are as a people, we don't have time. I think the issue of gender equality has become urgent. Because think about it, it's like going to war and you leave half the population behind. Because 51% of the population is women. It's like going to war and you leave 90% of the population behind, which is black. You see, strategy is defined as how to compete. And we compete at a country, at the business, at an individual level. I mean it when I say, when you look at institutions that are run by women and companies that are run by women, like countries that are run by women, in fact, they are not as effective and efficient as men. They are better than men. And I can say that because the last time I checked, I think I'm a man.
Another question here coming in for you, Prof. How do we keep our hope alive as a nation? Even as we sit here today, chaos reigns with the EFF in Phoenix.
You see, even though we are experiencing our lowest level of confidence, hope, and trust since the Second World War, hope is what sustains us. Hope is what makes us wake up the next morning. Hope is what we need to look at and say, we've got these wonderful instruments where our forebears have given us this amazing legacy. Hope is what we need to look back and say, but what has been our collective failure in eradicating the legacy of apartheid? Because we haven't succeeded. Hope is about saying, what did this looting teach us and how can we make sure that we are better prepared next time? You see, the reason why we're not prepared is because we chose as a country that we wanted a smaller South African police service that is intelligence-led. And then we stole the money meant for intelligence in the State Security Agency to go and fight in Tennessee wars. 100,000 women and men shot our police services. Today, we've got twice as many in the private security industry than we have in the national SAPS. So when this looting happened, they had already told us for the last 10 years, this is not something that happened the last 3 months, that they don't have enough cars. How many of us have gone to a police station to say, my husband is trying to kill somebody here, please send a van? And say, no, we're still waiting for it to come from Gugulethu. An entire police station that's serving 3 townships has 1 van. They don't have enough vans. They don't have enough bulletproof vests. They don't have enough tear gas canisters. They didn't have enough rubber bullets. But most shockingly, they didn't even have live ammunition. It dents your confidence. And during the looting, by the way, incidentally as it happens, they stole 1.5 million ammunition. Some of those guns are going to find their way in cash in transit. Those are the guns that are going to be used when they're torching these trucks. This is the first time in the history of this country that the people who are looting, who are supposed to be poor, are shooting live ammunition back at the police when they're trying to use rubber bullets. That's why the police were absolutely paralyzed. This is a criminal of monumental proportions, and it shouldn't be allowed to happen on our watch. What can we do? I think let's accept to go back to the preamble of our Constitution that says, we, the people, not the politicians. 26th of June, 1955, Klimptown, the Freedom Charter, has 10 principles. The first says South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. The 5th principle says the land shall belong to those who work it. The 8th of the 10 principles says, and the doors of learning and culture shall be open to all. And yet, how many times do we meet mostly women that were financially excluded? Had to come back to Joburg to work, go and pay until they become chartered accountants.
When you speak of collective trauma, I'd like to play devil's advocate here. I say to you, women have been experiencing collective trauma and it's been a ticking time bomb. It is the equivalent of 2 weeks of July waiting to happen if gender equality is not reached as in yesterday. You mentioned the urgency of it, but when we spoke earlier with the UN women who were saying that at this rate, it is going to take 135 years for us to get there. At this rate, we've got a state of lawlessness in our society, as we saw. But this is something that could have been avoided these 2 weeks. Could we see a women emancipation uprising? Should we not all follow suit and do what's right?
I agree with everything that you have said. Because again, let's go back and reflect and say, but what are the lessons that we learned here? So first, we grow up under women and then we get socialized differently, where we start disrespecting the very women who brought us up. So men must change their attitude. Men must change the way they respect women as the source of the first form of authority. Secondly, we also need to say, but how are we socializing young men and young boys? Because they learn by looking at the back of the heads of their fathers. So what example have we set? Because the best gift you can give your children is to love their mom. Children don't hear what you say. They watch what you do. It's monkey see, monkey do. What are we doing to bring about this society? As we speak, 30% only of households have both parents. And this is men running away from their responsibility. You don't have to marry the woman. As a responsible African man, you say, I know I've got a baby in Davidton.
Yeah.
If I'm eating now at Tasha's, what is that baby eating? That's you don't need anybody to tell you this. Lastly, it's about saying, if we genuinely are serious about a better world, what am I doing at the personal level? Because success is personal. At the personal level, to lift as I rise, and mostly women. I mentor 18 people as we speak. 16 of them are women. Only 2 are men. Of the 16 that I'm mentoring, 9 of them are CEOs as we speak because I've invested time, energy, and effort. Not because I'm expecting anything in return. No, because I want to live in a better world. You see, a gift is pure when it comes from the heart to the right person at the right time, expecting nothing in return. When you do something for yourself, we say you are selfish. When you do something for others, expecting something in return, we say you are unselfish. But when you do something for others, expecting nothing in return, you know it's your moral obligation. We say you are selfless. That's the highest form that men can aspire to by being selfless. You see, nature is a wonderful metaphor for business. There's nothing that nature does that it does for itself. Nature, everything that it does for others. That's why rivers don't drink their own water. Trees don't eat their own fruit. The sun doesn't shine because itself needs the vitamin D. Flowers don't give us this wonderful fragrance because they themselves want to smell like Fontainebleau, but to give to others. When men are the other-centered, not self. In fact, that's the definition of love. You don't wake up in the morning and you love yourself. You love the other, and you want to do everything in your power to show them every minute that you genuinely, deeply care about them from a good place of profound gratitude and care. That's our job as men.
Another question here coming in for you, Prof. Now that most organizations work virtually, do you think that it will drive gender parity because there's no physical interaction between men and women in the workplace, thus reducing gender biases?
In fact, it has done the opposite.
Oh,
Now that we are working remotely from home, men would wake up in the morning and disappear and come back, they're hungry and they need to be fed. Now they're around the house. So women have always done the caring chores for which they don't get paid, of looking after these men. I wake up in the morning, I get dressed. Women wake up in the morning, have to worry about the 2 kids that need to be showered, having prepared for them the night before, made their lunch boxes, dropped one and then the other. When they get to the place of work, men have set up a meeting that starts at 8. When these women arrive at 8:10, men look at them funny. Whereas what we can do is to make sure that, because we know what women have to do every morning, including looking after myself, is to never allow any meetings to start at 8, but to start at 9. When women have chosen to work from home before COVID, they were 70% more productive because they chose to work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to better connect with their families. But because they are there and these men are frustrated, locked up, cooped up in the same room with people they don't love, gender-based violence has actually increased. Femicide has increased because these women have nowhere to hide. There's a curfew that starts at 9. You can't get out to another province. That's where your in-laws are, or maybe the grandparents are. So you have no choice but to stay there. So again, it has really exposed the grotesque inequalities between men and women. The men, they go and sit in front of the computer. 12 o'clock, they come down and say, what's there to eat? When they should have prepared it themselves to make sure they say, honey, look what I've done. For the first time in my life, I've made myself useful. I've prepared you lunch because I know you're dropping off kids, you're collecting kids. But also you're making sure that the dentist, the doctor's appointment is kept. It is women who do that, not men naturally.
so how does that man who is averse to making breakfast for his wife and children, who hasn't even made supper or a sandwich in God knows how long, how does he then translate into the workplace and then suddenly care for women's needs?
Exactly. So 8 men get into a boardroom. There's only 1 woman. They sit and say, we've got 5 minutes before the meeting starts. Who's going to make us tea? All that to a woman. Look at how we are socialized. Won't it be wonderful for these men when they come into the room and say, because we are men, we've got 5 minutes. To show that chivalry is not dead, let me make tea for this queen. So in Sesotho, haure mosadi waka, or mufumahadi waka. Mufumahadi is a queen. You can't say mufumahadi and clap somebody. The two don't go together. If I say mufumahadi, it means I look at you as a queen. I treat you as a queen. I submit to you as a queen. There are some clans that are led by powerful matriarchs. They've never been to war. And you see them in China, you see them in the north of Tanzania and Kenya, and you see them even here. That's how we grew up. Women don't wake up running high on testosterone and say, who am I going to kill? Who am I going to attack? They're always thinking about the future. It's men who will eat and even eat the seeds. It's them who say, I hope Ramaphosa is serious that we're in level 5 and we're not going anywhere because quinoa transport, no.
Another comment coming through on working meetings from 9 a.m. The acknowledgement about the men that set up the 8 a.m. sessions and still write us up for being late. So powerful.
Thank you so much, my dear sister. Absolutely. And I think we need to go slightly a step further because what we have done, now this is the rule of business. You see, the 2 hours that we have served every day, 1 hour to go to work, 1 hour to come back, we took that entire 2 hours, we gave it to the employer. Because think about it, at home, you are always available.
Yeah.
So wake up in the morning, you start at 8, it's calls. You have your lunch whilst in a meeting. And instead of knocking off at 5 so that you are at home at 6, at 5, at 6, you're still taking another call. What is it that companies can do to give this time back, mostly to women? If we thought about it creatively, honestly, we'll find that it's much easier to promote women, to put them in supervision roles, but also to get them into the C-suite. Because men complain and say, but capable women with experience, where do I find them? But if you put a woman in charge, She lives with these women. She knows where they are. She knows the good ones and the not so good ones. The same way that when you say to black people, go and find us more black people in Soweto. You know, Soweto has 3.5 million people. Officially, it says 2 million people. Even when you say 2 million people, that's the population, excuse me, of Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, and Eswatini. Soweto is a country, but we don't treat it as such. So when you say to women, there's no motor repair, body repair part in Soweto, but they're already driving the Max and the BMWs in Soweto. So now I am Mercedes-Benz, I'm BMW South African, say, I'm going to teach women only how to repair these cars and locate them in Soweto so that they're in business and it's sustainable. And when you get the orders, you send them to them. Of the malls that were built in the townships, most of them still belong to the usual suspects. And yet you knew they were going to kill the corner shops. It wouldn't be wonderful that most of these malls are owned by the people in the townships themselves, the majority of them who needs to be women, because that's where they spend most of their time. We talk about a township economy, and yet most townships are still located, on average, 40 kilometers away from their place of work, which takes a minimum of 40 minutes to get to one way, and therefore chows 40% of their income just traveling there. If you add food, that's 70%. And we wonder why black people can't save. It's because structurally, we've made it in such a way that it is impossible for them to save. They work for transport and food. And yet the taxis are black. 13.5 million were transported by taxi, and 16.5 million people are employed by the private sector. Government, only 2.3 million. In COVID, it's 1.3 million. So when the private sector can be transformed in terms of gender equality and gender parity, South Africa will be transformed.
A perfect way to end off the session. Professor Mohale, I could listen to you, and I'm sure a lot of people agree with this to you forever. I really, really would. And what I love about what you're saying is you're giving solutions. Here is the problem. The problem is glaring at us, this gender inequality problem. As a man, this is what you can do. This is what I have done, and given practical experiences, you are certainly not just talking the talk, you are walking the walk. Thank you so very much for your pearls of wisdom this afternoon. We'd like to continue. Please do stay around. For now, I'm sure everybody's feeling a little bit thirsty, maybe you're a little bit hungry. Let's take a lunch break and then reconvene at 1 o'clock. We've got a jam-packed afternoon session. You don't want to miss anything.
Market.
and welcome back. Coming to you live from sunny Gauteng. We are here in Centurion. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Hope you enjoyed to stretch your legs a bit. And speaking about stretching, coming up soon this afternoon, we're going to have a stretching session. Now, let me tell you, personally, this is something I do. Earlier on, we were asked questions earlier to Ndombi about how to keep in a healthy state of mind, how to keep positive. And she mentioned exercising. Now, there are people like myself who are allergic to the gym and allergic to anything that kind of has a lot of energy involved. So yoga and stretching and that kind of thing, for me, brings me a lot of peace. So I'm very, very excited that we're going to have Tandombele Sibochiwe coming to us later in a bit. And she'll be giving us a stretching session. And I think, once we reach this time of the day, it is really good to unwind, detach from whatever was concerning us and go back into the mode of what we're doing here. This is a movement that we're a part of. This is something bigger than me. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than our phenomenal sponsors. It is about all of us coming together. I was left truly inspired and also concerned after listening to Prof. Mohale. What inspired me were the questions we were getting from men. Men are interested, and times are changing, and I can feel it. I can feel the interest in men and women coming together to say, not in our name. This is a ticking time bomb. Gender inequality is a ticking time bomb. Don't forget, you can still get in touch with us on social media. It is hashtag Voices of Change 2021 or hashtag VOC 2021. It really is a movement. We are part of something that is going to be impeccable. I can't wait to see if something started like this in 2017 and this is where we are in 2021. Who knows where we'll be and the positive disruption that this movement is going to bring to our society, our country, and the continent at large, and of course, the globe. Without further ado, I want to also remind us of why we're here. What Voices of Change is about. Voices of Change being not a one-day solution, not a one-stop shop. This is a journey. It is a movement that we are all a part of. So I came through and I was guided by some phenomenal writers who work behind the scenes with our sponsoring partners who wrote a beautiful poem. A poem that was so effortless to recite, effortless to say with meaning. And I really hope that it touches you and it gives you inspiration and it gives you energy, because after the poem, we're stretching. Who am I, you ask? I am me, just like you. Strong, bold, confident. Gifted, talented, and capable. Born in this world to lead, to serve, and make a difference. As equals, we may want to believe this stands true for all. Sadly, that's a fall. We are boxed. We are judged. We are labeled. We are hidden. We are muted. We are held back. Others decide our fate. Man, woman, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender. Should our identity determine our worth? Wait, I hear a voice. Not one, not two, not a few, but hundreds, thousands, millions, too many to count. A collective force is set to mount. It's a loud chant of claiming equality, meaning, and contribution, where passion and purpose lead the way for the greater good of humankind. It's strong. It's powerful. It has no boundaries. Hala! La! Voices of change. Launched in 2018 with the coming together of 3 founding forces. Its impact, immediate and widespread. With an increase of 5 supporters in 2019 to 9 in 2020 and now in 2021, the collective force of 15, all in it to build an economically inclusive future that brings sustainable change for positive and lasting impact across our country, across our world. Voices of change, go forth and conquer. There is power in unity to support gender equality by he or she becoming we. We are individually strong, collectively powerful. I have goosebumps. Those words really ring deep. They are profound. We are powerful in our numbers. We are powerful as a collective. Without further ado, I did tell you that we're having a stretch session this afternoon. Thando is going to take it away. Thando Mbele-Sibotshwa is going to take us through a stretch session, and I want to get some of these lessons to actually impart at home and perhaps use it in my own space. So create some space, move the table away, move the chair away, and get ready to stretch.
Good afternoon, everyone. I trust you have enjoyed the first half of the day and had a good leg stretch during the lunch break and a meal that fuels your body. My name is Thando Mbele-Sibotshwa, and in the next 10 minutes, I'll be helping you get through what is commonly known as the graveyard shift of a conference and events such as this. The techniques I'm going to share with you today, you'll be able to use anytime, any day, and will help revitalize you, improve your energy, and add to your productivity. The first thing I'm going to ask you to do is to move your chair away from your desk so that you have enough room to move. Don't worry, we won't be doing any burpees. The aim is not to sweat. So make sure you have a carpet and a mat or a towel on the floor so that your bare feet will be warm. So yes, please take off your shoes. I'm going to take mine off, and your socks, okay? Remember, the intention is to ground you and help you be present in the moment. To make it successfully through the next 10 minutes, use my voice as your guide. Please follow my instructions as I speak, and do not wait till the end of the instruction before you do the activity. Now, I'd like you to sit up straight with your spine upright, right? As you're settling into your neutral position, I'd like you to remember the intention of this event. She, he, we is power. We're here to harness the power of diversity. As you're settling into this position, picture the other attendees also settling into their comfortable neutral positions. Think about your collective power and the impact your collective power can make. Once you've settled and your spine is neutral, place your hands on your lap. And let's start by releasing some tension. Keeping your eyes open and looking straight ahead, with the tip of your tongue touch the roof of your mouth, and keep it there. This will relax the muscles in your face. While we're getting comfortable with this, let's take 2 deep breaths. Take a long, deep breath in through your nose and exhale through your mouth, making sure that the breaths are of equal duration. Let's go. First breath. Breathe in through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. Second breath. Breathe in through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. Keeping your eyes open, looking straight ahead, the tip of your tongue on the roof of your mouth, Make sure your shoulders are away from your ears so they're not here. By rotating your shoulders back, pinching your shoulder blades together, right? Now, bring your hands to lightly touch your belly below your navel. Now, with your hands on your belly, think of your pelvic floor muscles and contract these muscles. As we're getting used to this, let's take a few deep breaths. Take a long, deep inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth, making sure the breaths are of equal duration. Let's go. First breath, breathe in through your nose, breathe out through your mouth. Second breath, breathe in through your nose, breathe out through your mouth. Can we go back there? Throughout the rest of the session, while keeping your eyes open and looking straight ahead, when your mind drifts away, I'd like you to bring your mind back by doing the following. Either bring the tip of your tongue back to the top of the roof of your mouth. Make sure your shoulders are away from your ears or your pelvic floor muscles are contracted. Whatever you choose to do will be your home, okay? Now with your eyes open, looking straight ahead, ensuring you're present and engaging in your home, bring your attention to your feet. Make sure that all your toes and both your heels are firmly on the ground. With your feet firmly on the ground, take a few deep breaths at your own pace. In this moment, you're establishing your intention for the rest of the day and establishing presence. There is power in setting intention. There is power in presence. You may release your hands and place them on your lap. She, he, we is power. We are here to harness the power of diversity. Now lift your right heel off the floor with your toes firmly on the ground. Then place your right heel firmly on the floor. Now raise your left heel with your left toes firmly on the ground. Then place your left heel on the floor. Now raise your right heel, then put it down, then the left, then put it down. Let's do this 3 more times on each side. Right heel up, right heel down. Left heel up, left heel down, right heel up, right heel down, left heel up, left heel down. Last time, right heel up, right heel down, left heel up, left heel down. Now with your eyes open, looking straight ahead, ensuring that you're present and engaging in your home, lift your right foot off the floor and straighten your right leg, okay? Locking your right knee. Remember to stay as upright as you possibly can. Now point your right toes, then flex your foot, pointing your toes towards your face. Point toes, then flex your foot. Let's do this 3 more times. Point, then flex. Point, then flex. Point, then flex. Bring your right ankle over your left knee. Place your hands on your calf. And in a straight line, lean forward while bending your elbows. Go as far as you can. And while in this position, take a few deep breaths at your own pace. In this moment, you're establishing your intention for the rest of the day and establishing presence. Straighten your arms. Place your hands back on your lap and take your spine back to neutral. Release your right ankle from your left heel and place your right foot on the floor. Lift your left foot off the floor. Straighten your leg and lock your left knee. Point your left toes, then flex your foot, pointing your toes towards your face. Point your toes, then flex your foot. Let's do this 3 more times. Point, then flex, point, then flex, point, then flex. Now bring your left ankle over your right knee. Place your hands on your calf, and in a straight line, lean forward by bending your elbows. While in this position, take a few deep breaths at your own pace. Breathe, breathe, and breathe. Straighten your arms. Place your hands back on your lap, taking your spine back to neutral. And release your left ankle from your right knee and place your left foot on the floor. With your eyes open, looking straight ahead, ensuring that you're present and engaging in your home, raise both your arms towards the ceiling. With your fingertips wide apart and your palms facing each other. Engage your core by engaging your pelvic floor muscle. Now, with your core engaged, bend your upper body from the waist towards the right. And hold this position for 1, for 2, for 3. Take a deep breath in and come back to center and exhale. Now let's do the same on the left. Hold this position for 1, for 2, for 3. Take a deep breath in, come back to center, and exhale. Now, bend your right arm at your elbow, bringing your fingertips and your palm to the middle of your upper back. With your left hand, grab hold of your right elbow and look straight ahead, remembering to breathe. Hold this position for 1, for 2, for 3. Take your left hand back up, followed by your right hand. Now bend your left arm at the elbow, bringing your fingertips and your palm to your upper middle back. And with your right hand, grab a hold of your left elbow. Looking straight ahead, remember to breathe. Hold this position for 1, for 2, for 3. Release your right hand, take it back up, followed by your left arm. With your eyes open, looking straight ahead, ensuring you're present and engaging in your home, bring your hands to rest on your lap. If your mind has drifted, take this moment to come back to your intention. There is power in setting intention. There is power in presence. She, he, we is power. We are here to harness the power of diversity. Now, bring your chin to your chest, then back to neutral. Let's do this 3 more times. Chin to chest, then up. Chin to chest, then up. Last time, chin to chest, then up. Take your right ear to your right shoulder, not your right shoulder to your right ear. Then bring your head back to neutral. Do the same thing on the left side, and then back to neutral. Let's do this 3 more times on both sides. Okay, right ear, right shoulder, back to center. Left ear, left shoulder, back to center. Right ear, right shoulder, then back to center. Left ear, left shoulder, back to center. Last time, right ear, right shoulder, then back to center. Left ear, left shoulder, then back to center. As this stretch session draws to a close, let's take a few collective breaths. As we do this, let's use this moment to symbolize us harnessing the collective power of diversity this afternoon. Take long, deep breaths in through your nose and exhale through your mouth, making sure that the breaths are of equal duration. Let's go. All at the same time. On my count. 3, 2, 1. First breath, breathe in through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. Second breath, breathe in through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. Last breath, breathe in through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. I hope you feel energized for the rest of the day. And remember, it's okay for your mind to drift. Just use your home to come back to the moment. Thank you for your time.
How calming and cathartic was that? Exactly what we needed to get us energized, because our third speaker of the day is someone I have been dying to meet in person. Unfortunately, she has no longer living in South Africa. She used to live here for 4 years. I'm sure she misses us. She's all the way in London. We have, of course, speaking to us, Sneha Shah, who is the managing director at the London Stock Exchange Group. An interesting fun fact about her as well, the fact that she left South Africa. She will be back, I'm sure. She's got 2 beautiful children, and she's very passionate about mentoring entrepreneurs. But over and above that, and more importantly to what she's going to be talking about today, she's very passionate about the power of data. She's passionate about data unlocking African economies. Now, listening to our keynote address, Bonang Mohale, who was talking about this digital migration, this is a perfect person to go into next. And I'm really looking forward to getting some of those insights and welcoming you back to South Africa one day. Take it away, Sneha.
Thank you so much. And I am really missing South Africa and can't wait to get back. So I wanted to share with you a few insights about data, because as you mentioned, I am really passionate about what it can do for us. And so please let me know if you can see my slides, hopefully yes. But for me, data is really like sunlight. We talk about, there's a phrase that says sunlight is the best disinfectant. And for me, data is the same, because it provides transparency and allows us to see things without real filters. And so, if you look at this view, you'll sort of, your emotions and your environment will allow you to feel like, what a beautiful sunset view. But actually, maybe the sunset is influenced by the fact that there's a lot of pollution, and maybe that's what's producing the beautiful colors. Maybe the mountain in the distance is actually further away than you think. Maybe the mountain is actually impassable. Without data, you won't know. And if you set off on a journey towards that mountain, you won't have all the facts available to you. And so for me, the reason this is important in this idea of gender equality and how we move towards gender equality, it's because without the data, we don't really know, like, from where are we going and where are we actually going to? And what are the drivers of that change? And so at Refinitiv and the London Stock Exchange Group, where I am now, we've been passionate about this for a long time. I'm particularly passionate about this topic for women and also for emerging markets, particularly Africa, because I grew up in Kenya and have lived in South Africa for many years. But for me, it's really around, can we help investors make better decisions through data by giving them a chance to see that diverse companies actually perform better? Can we help companies perform better by giving them transparency into how they benchmark against other competitors in their field and how they can do better? And so really for me, that's the power of data, and that's what I'm hoping to share a little bit with you today. And I think we will have enough time for Q&A, so I'm really looking forward to an interactive discussion. And please, if any of the data looks odd to you or you've got questions about it, please make a note and please be sure to put it in the Q&A. So let's start with where we are. With any journey, you have to start with where you are. And when it comes to gender parity, I think one of the first things we have to do is define the term gender parity. Gender parity is not just an emotional term or something that we're trying to strive for. It's actually a statistical measure. And so it really speaks to data, because it's a measure that says, for any given statistic for women, can you compare the same statistic for men, whether it's education, employment, wage, salaries, any of that, and can you say whether or not they're equal or not? And so gender parity is a very powerful concept, and we're here talking about power. And if you really start measuring the data and you start seeing how powerful the data is, we can actually then make some changes. So let's look at where we are. There's been a lot of talk about the progress we've made, but I think everyone's aware that this last year has taken us back in many aspects. This data is from the World Economic Forum. They've been running this report on the gender gap since 2014 across many countries in the world. And they measure 5 measures, everything from education, health and survival, economic participation, opportunity, and political empowerment. And then they put all those scores together and they measure them the same in every country in the world in the same methodology and put it together to create what they call the Global Gender Gap Index. And last year in 2020, we were just under 100 years away from parity, which is awful, but we were getting closer than we've been before. And over the years, we've seen a steady improvement on many of these measures. Now, what happened last year with the pandemic has really, really shaken sort of the cause of gender parity. If you look at sort of what exactly has happened here, you actually see we've gone backwards in every single measure and significantly backwards in the overall gap index. We've gone back, over 35 years in the global gap index. It's just not acceptable. And it's a very scary statistic to think about in 1 year how much progress we've lost. So let's move on and talk about, okay, so what does this really tell us, not just at a sort of global level, but at a business level? Has it impacted women in business? And the answer is yes, it has. And if you look across any sector in society, any sector in business, you've seen that the hiring of women into senior management positions has gone backwards last year, and significantly. And especially in those areas where we need to get to gender parity quickly, because they're going to fuel the rest of the economy. So education, healthcare, financial services. Financial services, actually, we're going a little bit, we're marginally ahead of where we were. But in terms of the progress, we've slowed the progress significantly. And so, not great news from either a global perspective or a sort of business perspective. And then if you look even more deeply into the data, you see that what's scary is that there are a lot of emerging jobs that we call the jobs of the future: data and AI, computing, engineering, product development. And those jobs of the future are mostly driven by sort of by men. And so if you look at sort of how unequal the emerging economy is, it's deeply unequal. The line on this graph in the middle is meant to represent parity. So anything that's high on the graph, that's sort of, on the female representation, where people in culture, content production, they are above gender parity. Anything below or sort of to the left of that line is really below parity. And so we have a problem. And so if we go back to sort of our image of, being on a mountain and looking out and really thinking about this beautiful sort of sunset view, we realize that actually we're quite far away from that. And what we look closer to is much more a massive cliff that we're trying to climb, where we're going to need a lot of equipment, a lot of resilience, and a lot of focus and determination. And so, let's then look further into the data at a country level and see how it can help us sort of figure out how to move this journey forward in a way that is sustainable, because we are in a very scary place. So at a country level, the World Economic Forum also ranks countries. And there's a couple of surprising things in this data and a couple of things that are pretty expected. The expected things are the Nordic countries have been traditionally very good around driving policy, legislation, and impact around gender parity. And so it's not really a surprise for me to see them at the top of this chart. A few things really are surprising to me. One is the US and the UK being so low in the chart compared to emerging economies. And Africa actually being higher than you might think, especially South Africa and Rwanda and Namibia, that might, higher than maybe we consider ourselves compared to the UK and the US. And then the improvement in some of these smaller countries has been remarkable. So in Togo, in 2014, if you look behind the data to see what's driving the improvement that they've had of 35 points, in 2014, they took away the law that they had that said that there had to be a head of the household, and that head of the household had to be a man, and that he had the ability to make decisions for the rest of the family. And so taking away that law in 2014 has completely changed the ability for Togo to empower women and to achieve gender parity. And so that's been a remarkable thing and speaks to the power of legislation and really driving change. In Lithuania, they've had their first female prime minister. They've got a new female-led government. You see that the change that has, that when you politically empower women, it actually helps to change the way that the country thinks about gender parity, and it moves the country forward significantly in a way that wouldn't have happened before. So something really powerful about the data there. So let's look deeper into the data around Africa and the US and the UK, because I think that's, for me, something very interesting. So in the US and the UK, you see that actually on most measures, when it comes to economic participation, educational attainment, and political empowerment, they're actually doing pretty well. As the pandemic has shown us, though, these countries who we used to see as paragons of, where countries want to go and where the developing economies are trying to achieve or trying to attain, we actually see that they really are struggling in the area of health and survival. And so part of that is an aging population. Part of that is infrastructure that really needs sort of upgrading and that can't handle sort of the influx of population from around the world coming into these countries. But part of it is policy. And so with healthcare, in both the US and the UK, there have been challenges over the years of funding and how you provide equal access. And that's affected women more than men over the years. And that's what's dragging down both the US and the UK into their positions. If they address healthcare, and this is why it's such an important social issue to address for the economy, they will move significantly closer to gender parity in a much faster rate. In South Africa, the drivers of sort of why they're so high on the index, which might be counterintuitive to many people who are living in South Africa right now, is because actually the healthcare is good compared to other developing markets. And so you have to remember that you're being benchmarked against sort of other developing markets as a percentage of population. And also political empowerment is very strong in both South Africa and Rwanda because of legislation and because of quotas. And so again, we see that putting targets and putting measures and putting laws in place really can make a difference to certain countries. And so that's what we have to start looking at when we look inside the data, is what's driving the equality or inequality and how do we actually change that? So let's move beyond this data and start thinking about what this means for us. And what does it mean in the workplace? Because we talked about the fact that the emerging jobs are deeply unequal. We talked about the fact that we've seen a loss of senior female managers in the last year. What does it really look like as a trend country by country? What does it really look like across the world? So let's start with boards. Boards are a really good measure of the commitment that countries have to change their companies. And what's really pleasant and surprising in this data, and we don't have 2020 yet for the board data, but actually the trend is really steady across the world. And what we see in the data is that actually every country is getting better, or every region is getting better, I should say. And that actually Africa is doing better than we might think. It's doing better than the Americas, and it's certainly doing better than Asia. And so often, again, in Africa, we beat ourselves up a lot for the things that we're not doing. We've actually got a higher percentage of women on boards than many other regions. Europe, of course, is doing the best. And it's because, again, they were very deliberate about the targets that they put in place and the requirements of companies that they've put in place over many years that have really driven that change. Asia is looking poor, but actually is making steady improvement over the years, and that's a good sign. And so why does this matter? Why do women on boards matter? And we've been tracking data against performance so that we can start to show, is there correlation between the number of women on boards and the performance of the company? And if you look at the data at the table below, you can see there absolutely is correlation. So, the top deciles, the top 10% of the companies that have the most women on boards severely outperform or sort of quite significantly outperform the people at the bottom of this sort of chart. And they all outperform, the top companies outperform the index as well, again, quite significantly. And so it's something that can't be questioned anymore. And actually, if you are working with companies that are still questioning this would be a good time to show them some of this data and really just say, look, this isn't a question anymore. This really is fact, and we need to deal with the facts. So let's look beyond the board level at management and see what's happening at management level. And again, you see steady improvement. What's really pleasantly surprising for me here is Africa is actually the best on this chart. And if you look at sort of female senior managers in business, Africa's done a great job at building pipeline. And that's across every country in Africa. Obviously there are differences in specific countries, but overall, if you put them together, they're doing better than Asia and Europe and the Americas. And a lot of that, again, is many countries have put in place specific measures around gender empowerment in business. And so that's allowed more women, and you see more women coming out of the universities as well. Now, does that translate into better performance? The interesting thing is it does if you compare the top and the bottom. So again, the top companies do significantly better in terms of performance. The top companies with the most women in senior positions do better than the companies at the bottom of that list. But actually, against the index, it's about the same. It's not significantly better than the index. And so what's really interesting there is, I think, and this is my subjective analysis to put on top of the data, this says something about empowering women. The more you empower women, the more decision-making they get. If they sit at the board, they have more influence over the company. My thesis, which has to be proven by the data, is that actually the more you empower women, the better the performance can be for companies. And so that's a question mark. It's not definitive, but I think it's a really interesting question. One of the things that when we talk about gender, and specifically in Africa, we also need to talk about culture and ethnicity, because for too long, and growing up in Kenya, I've seen this, when we just talk about the gender lens, we miss the fact that actually there's a localization lens that we're missing, or an ethnic lens that's not balanced. And we know that in many emerging economies, there is less racial equality in companies than we would like, or that there should be in those companies. And so if we look at the cultural element, what's really interesting here is actually on a cultural element, the numbers aren't great, right? The numbers are not great for Africa. And Africa actually, across the continent, 40% of companies actually have more men on boards and senior management than women, and significantly more, where it's not even close to parity. And so what does that mean for us? It means that we need to really be specific around not men, it was more racial equality. So we need to be really specific around racial equality as well as gender equality. What we don't want is women on boards, but not local women in the countries that we're representing. The boards should be representative of both ethnicity and gender. And so this is something that we really need to look into, and something that we need to consciously drive. You're seeing an improvement in many countries where there are now more localization laws, where they are really being strict around, you have to represent the country that you live in, and your companies need to look representative of the countries that you live in. So you are seeing that improvement, but the culture piece is something that we really still have a little bit further to go. And so what this is telling us is all of this data is telling us that we're making progress. And what's really interesting about this progress is that there's other hidden data that we're starting to see that's also very positive. And so in the last year, 54% of companies around the world have now implemented a flex work policy. That is something that was directly as a result of the pandemic. And before this, we've really struggled to get companies to see flexible working as something that they could easily do and not lose profitability and productivity. And so that's really going to help women, and parents, and in a way that will allow them to contribute to the workforce. So that's something that, we should remember, that there's other things other than the direct measures that we see, other policies that can be really helpful to people sort of in those situations. And so, when we think about how do we get from progress to success, there's really a few ways. So the first way is to start at a country level. You've got to look at the legislation, and you've got to look at the policies in the countries, and we've got to influence them. And so if you have the ability to vote in your country, you absolutely need to use that vote to influence policy and legislation around gender equality, because we've seen, and the data shows consistently, that countries who make a concerted effort around this are consistently doing better at closing the gender gap, and education gaps, and healthcare gaps, and every other gap. And so we need to drive for policy. And so at a country level, as a citizen, your real activism needs to be around that. At a company level, really working together with others is important, because if we don't work together with others, then actually we're only really going as far as our own legs can carry us. And, in Africa, we've got a saying that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, go together. Well, go together with organizations like Voices of Change. Go together with organizations like the 30% Club that is making concerted effort to make sure that we have at least 30% of women in senior positions and boards in companies. Go together with the World Economic Forum, who is producing this data, but has also started a number of accelerators around gender parity around the world, where they're working with companies and countries to create real public-private participation to move the needle on gender equality. And they're doing everything from working on creating more educational opportunities for women in STEM, to helping provide more data to companies on how they can do better around closing the gap within a company. They're doing an amazing job. Work together with data companies like ourselves and some of our competitors, where if you provide us your data or your company provides us your data, then actually you can actually get your company to be benchmarked, and that will give them enough transparency to see how they can improve. And at an individual level, what can you do? Call it out when you see things not working. Ask for data if you work in a company where they haven't given you the data on how many women versus men, what the gender pay gap is, at what levels women are leaving the company. Like, ask those questions, because that's something you as an individual can really be empowered around and can make a difference around. And we've seen it in our own company, that when our employee network started asking for data, everything from gender to racial equality, we've actually started seeing real movement within the company towards measuring that progress and being transparent about how far away we are from that. And I think, celebrate the milestones, because success doesn't come overnight. You've seen we're really far away from the goal. And so you have to celebrate the small milestones. You have to celebrate the wins. Whenever we close a gap, whenever we come high on an index, we have to celebrate that, because that's sort of how you create something contagious that's positive, that really makes people feel like they want to move towards it. And, just to close, I'll just say, Nelson Mandela sort of is a real icon for many people. He's an inspiration to many people. And he used to talk about sort of equality in a very broad sense, about racial equality, about educational equality, about empowerment, about men and women. And one of the things he really wanted was an equal future for South Africa and also for the world. He had ambitions for the world. And, I think if we are able to move the needle on data, getting more transparency, moving the needle on policy, moving the needle on individual empowerment, and moving the needle on companies taking real responsibility for their role as they move through this issue, then actually we can have a future that creates that vision that Nelson Mandela wanted for South Africa and for the world, that really will be truly gender equal. And so with that, I'll pause and take any questions that we might have.
Mic on? Thank you very much, Sneha, for that presentation. There really is power in data when you put our anecdotal experiences into numbers. Then you can actually see where we're lacking, where we're doing well. And I'm happy that your presentation gives us a reflection of both. Your presentation gives us, where we're slacking, where we need to work hard, and some of the gains, particularly that Africa has been making during these trying times. And as you say, it is about celebrating those wins, because this is a very long journey to create sustainable growth and gender equality. A comment coming through, which is in agreement with what I was just saying to you. Love this data and fact-based presentation. It's so fascinating. A question here for you, Sneha, is that female representation in cloud computing and data and AI are significantly below the gender parity mark, as per the graph that you have shared with us earlier. How do we try and get these closer to the equal mark, especially with these industries being so relevant in the fourth industrial revolution?
Yeah, I think it's really important. And if you look at South Africa, actually, South Africa is doing some really interesting things. There are some amazing innovation capabilities by the city of Cape Town, where they're really trying to power through data science and STEM capabilities and encouraging more women to go into that field. In the US, STEM is now, something that they're teaching in all the schools and really trying to encourage more young girls to go into. They've got projects like Project CS Girls here in the US that really allow us to sort of enter our girls in from an early age into this idea of science and problem solving. And so I think it starts with, we need to encourage young girls and women to go into more science-based activities. But also when we're hiring for these jobs, we really need to be more conscious. If you're working in a company where you're hiring data scientists, saying to your recruiters that I want more diverse candidate slates for those jobs will matter more than for the other jobs that already have a lot of women in them. And so if you're hiring for an HR job, you may or may not say, okay, I want a diverse candidate slate. You may get one automatically, but actually for the data science jobs, for the engineering jobs, for the cloud jobs, you have to, if you're an employer of any type, if you've got any influence over hiring, you have to ask for diverse candidate slates on those jobs, because that's how you're going to start moving the needle. As there's more demand, then more people will go into those industries, and that will start to close the gap.
Let's talk about policy and legislation. From the data that you've presented, policy and legislation play a key role. Looking at Togo, the example that you used, when they took away that patriarchal law that men had to be the head of the household in 2014, and how that economy then exponentially grew. You know the South African landscape, you're familiar with it. What would you say some of these hindrances are in terms of our policy, what we can do to remove these barriers?
You know what's really interesting about South Africa? We had some data that we did a while ago that showed that in South Africa, women actually, if you look at the data, women should be really progressing, because the government does have some good policies in place. And in companies, you see that there's real female ambition. Women are graduating at higher rates than men from university. And so you see real ambition in the girls when they come in. And as they grow in through their careers, you see real ambition and willingness. And they've got, often they've got sort of families that can help with house care. And so people still live in joint family situations where you can get some help at home. And so statistically, if you look at it, there should be more women in senior positions. In South Africa, there's a systemic issue, though, around societal violence against women that we need to address. It's a major issue. When I was running our business in South Africa, as I would see more women promoted in our business, I would also see a correlation of cases of abuse, divorce, alcoholism, other things that went along with the fact that we haven't dealt at a societal level around what happens when women take these senior roles and what happens to the role of men in society. And I think unless we really address that, and we address then the symptoms of that, that question of what is men's role in society in South Africa, you're going to continue to have the violence against women, the ability for women to sort of be senior leaders, but also be in a situation that is untenable at home. That is just not something that we can sustain in South Africa, and that has to change. And I think, especially something like this, where we talk about voices of change, and the first voices of change that I was part of, we went really deep into this idea of gender-based violence in South Africa and how we can change it. There are lots of people looking at the issue, but we have to look at what is the role of men in society, and how can we help men feel like they can be secure in a role where they're not the primary breadwinner anymore. Otherwise, we're not going to change the situation there.
Just to remind you again, that line to SMS any of your questions or comments is 079 913 5211, or anywhere on our social media platforms, hashtag Voices of Change 2021. What I also love about what you're saying today to us, Neha, is that because not all of us occupy leadership positions, not all of us have the ability to implement some of the changes that we need to see. But how we can do so as active citizens? Voting. We can vote for parties with the system that we have in South Africa, vote for parties whose policies you've looked at their manifestos. Do they align with gender equality? Now, here comes the questions there. I can tell you now, as a political science graduate, I have looked at the political parties' stance on gender equality, and all of them say they sing a beautiful tune about women at the forefront. We have a current governance system that says 50% of our governance officials will be women. If we're seeing that, not really, right? So what happens then? Here I am, I'm this active citizen. I want to make the change that I can make for gender equality. But here I am, my vote is given to a political person, a political party, a politician who doesn't then implement that. Then what?
We had the same issue in Kenya, and actually across a lot of Africa, we have the same issue, right? It's in Somalia, in Ethiopia, and Uganda, and Kenya, and Tanzania. Like, it's the same issue. Rwanda's managed to make it happen. Actually, they encourage a lot of young girls to go into politics as a career. And so that's something else we really need to encourage. And, you know, if you can't find the change that you want in the government, then be the change, right? Like really encourage yourself to put yourself out there, start being more active in government. I know it's hard because actually as a woman, you feel like sometimes there's more of a target on your back, or maybe the security isn't there. But I've met so many young women in the last sort of 4 or 5 years who are going into places like Somalia and standing for government. And it's just inspiring, because that's what's going to make the change is, you know, if the government's not doing it for you because they are a patriarchy, then actually stand up and be the change and encourage more young girls and more women to go into politics, because that is how we're going to see a big difference.
100%. And as you're saying, if women are politically and financially emancipated, I mean, really, the world is our oyster. We have another comment and question coming in here to thank you very much for your shared data information, which speaks volumes. How do we go about shifting the accountability of diversity? And I love this word accountability because it seems to be lacking in our political governance and our leadership roles. So how do we go about shifting the accountability of diversity, equity, and inclusion to sit with business leaders and not just with the HR talent departments? And that's Carolyn from Aspen.
I think that's a brilliant question. I think use the data. The data tells you that companies that sort of have more diverse teams perform better. And the more we put that into the face of leaders, especially now, every single business leader that you can imagine or that you can work with is thinking about how do they grow their business in the next year. You know, coming off the back of the pandemic, you know, it's not over in many places. In fact, we're sort of seeing new variants. There's a real sense of urgency around economic growth and business growth. And so people are looking for growth drivers in a way that they may not when the economy was good. And so using that data to say, hey, you want to be ahead of your competition, you want to grow again, you want to sort of do something different coming out of the pandemic, then actually what you need to do is really hire a diverse team. And so tying that business data in is really important. Helping to create benchmarks, because companies are very competitive. They want to be the best in their class. So contributing towards indices, and most HR departments and most business leaders, if you say, would you like to be on the S&P index, or would you like to be on the, you know, the Refinitiv data index? They will say yes, because they want to be measured against their peers. And so, you know, many of these are free to contribute, like I know ours is, it's free to contribute the data. And it allows you to see where you are against other companies. And so, you know, as an individual, if you're sitting in a company where you feel like there's very little accountability, I would say a couple of things. Join or form an empowerment group around the topic that you care about, whether it's racial diversity or women's empowerment. Many, many companies have women's networks. Use that network to go and ask the question of where's the data? How do we work with other companies? How do we benchmark ourselves? And then, you know, really like power through when you finally get through the executives and you've got the benchmark. Talk about, well, if you want to be in a more competitive position, then actually the data shows that you need to have more diversity at the top. And so, you know, you start from the revenue of a company and you can't really go wrong from there, because they will listen.
Am I following you correctly here in saying the more diverse, the better? I think about South Africa again as a nation with 11 official languages. When you talk about diversity, we're talking about Mzansi. We are as diverse can be. How do we leverage off that?
So there's something interesting. Inc. magazine did a study around diversity and inclusion, and I think there's been many more around it. And they put diverse teams together, and in one sort of group, they said, okay, you're diverse, go off and create. And in the other group, they said, okay, you're diverse, find out about each other and really build a team and go off and create. And the second one did much better than the first, because in the second one, everyone felt included and they felt like they were empowered to create the team that they wanted. And so diversity is a fact, inclusion is a choice. And by combining the two things, by taking diverse talent and making them feel included and welcome and feeling a sense of belonging at the table, you can completely change the performance. And we've proven this time and time again. And you can see it in every single index that measures gender diversity and performance. And so I think in South Africa, you've got the diversity, you've got the facts, you've got the ability to pull from a pool of talent that is incredibly diverse. maybe the inclusion is the focus for South Africa. How do you make people feel welcome? How do you make people feel like they belong, that they can show up as who they are in the environment that they're in, and feel like they can contribute?
100%. I couldn't agree more about creating those healthy environments that really enable us to flourish in the best of our diverseness. We've got a question, a very important question coming through. We are seeing a war for talent happening now, especially around the data and engineering skills. Are women significantly included as part of this talent war?
So I think there's some really interesting talent wars going on around the world that we can leverage. One is the pandemic changed, I think, forever the world of talent and where we're going to get talent from. And so, I work in the US and I work for a company based in the UK. And there are roles that we would never have hired outside of the UK and the US before. And during the pandemic, suddenly we realized that we can hire those roles anywhere in the world. There are companies, startups that have now started up, hiring engineers from Africa for global companies. And so there is a real geographical shift around, what we can consider to be a war for talent. It's no longer that if you're in the US, you can only work for a US company, right? Like you can actually work anywhere in the world. And so suddenly talents become much more competitive. Companies naturally go to low cost countries to find talent. And so there will be more demand for people to be, looking for talent from Costa Rica and outsourcing more to India and going to Africa to outsource more. And so you'll see a lot more of that. And I think that's the opportunity. We know that today those jobs are unequal, but that's the opportunity that if we have, there's an organization called the African Leadership Academy and the African Leadership University, and I'm on the board of their foundation. And there's a real focus on creating more women in STEM so that when those opportunities come up and organizations in the US or the UK are looking for talent and they're looking for talent in Africa, that they're going to find the female engineer from Africa for that American company. And so I think that's the opportunity. And, there's also opportunities within Africa. Like we don't talk enough about the Pan-African opportunities. Kenya is incredibly diverse and always looking for talent because it's one of the fastest growing economies on the continent. And so if you've got an engineering background and you want to be part of the Silicon Valley sort of hub in Kenya, then actually that would be an opportunity for you. And so I think that's how you move the needle, is by thinking about talent, not through geographic boundaries, and really by pushing the amount of sort of women and girls that we're pushing through the sort of STEM fields and encouraging them to go into that world.
It's the future jobs that you were talking about. And again, I'd like to remind people that you can donate for that life skills book, Soar, which deals with exactly this. It gives career insights and gives, actually coding is one of the career suggestions for young girl children. Just a final question before I let you go. This one goes, how does the private sector get intentional about bridging the gender parity gap?
Look, we have to just put pressure on the private sector. There's no other way. They will get there eventually, just because the performance data will drive them in that direction. But unless we're intentional about providing the data, putting it in people's faces, asking the questions around, where are you? I mean, one of the things that was really interesting for me was when the UK last year came out with their gender pay gap report, a lot of our employees started asking questions of our own company of, where do we sit on that? Right? Because now in the UK, you have to disclose where you sit. And suddenly that really changed the game in terms of getting some of our business leaders to start closing the gaps where they did exist over time. And so I think it's about asking lots of questions, being persistent, don't give up, join with other companies. Because I'll tell you, one of the things that's worked for us is when we speak with the voice of one of our customers, it's much more powerful. So having one of our banking clients come talk to our CEO about what they've done or what they're doing or why this is important to them will inspire our CEO much more than sort of an internal employee going and saying, I think this is a good idea. So I think that's the way to drive accountability in the private sector. And ultimately, vote with your feet. There is a war for talent. We're actually coming out of an economy where everyone thinks there's going to be high unemployment. There is so much pent-up demand for talent. And if you are a talented worker, then go to the places that really encourage more women in the boardrooms, more women in senior management that really are open to being questioned around this, that want to benchmark. I mean, you really have that opportunity, and we have more power to the theme of this conference than we think we do.
Thank you so very much for your insights, Neha. And to leave it at, there is a demand for talent. It's encouraging, it's uplifting to know that in these trying times, we don't have to look right here next door. We can look beyond our borders. We can look to our continent that is doing remarkable things and growing as well. So much appreciated. Appreciate your efforts and your data that you have shared with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
How fascinating was that? I mean, it's one thing talking about something, and it's another thing seeing the numbers behind it. So I really would like to thank Sneha for joining us this afternoon. That was really compelling and really insightful indeed. And all about looking at the data, right? What is the data saying? And the data is very clear. If you are not jumping onto women emancipation, if you are not jumping onto gender equality, you will be left behind. Coming up next in our session, very fascinating if you're interested in hardworking, passionate, successful female entrepreneurs. I'm talking the best of the best in our country. We have Ipuleng Mkari joining us today, as well as Aneshri Yazar. And we're going to start with Aneshri, who is going to talk to us today about what we've been discussing and this movement that she is a part of. She is an executive coach, as well as an organizational development practitioner. But this is something I want to say about Aneshri, right? And I find this fascinating. She describes herself as a courage builder. Don't we need that right now? A courage builder, an unconventional problem solver. We have immense problems. We have immense challenges. We need unconventional and innovative approaches to fix this. So I'm going to leave it in the wise words of Aneshri to take over. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction and for the invite into Voices of Change today. Welcome, brave leaders. Yes, I called you a brave leader because before we can lead a team, before we can lead a business or a department, it starts with leading ourselves first, right? So that's why each one of us that have joined onto this call today and will be listening afterwards, we're all leaders, leaders of self first, and it has to start there. So I welcome you into my home, into my study, and thank you for welcoming me also into your space today. My role, and, as was mentioned, I do call myself Chief Courage Builder. I take that role very serious. And my role in my work is to support organizations in creating safe and brave spaces for people to thrive in, to really help to rehumanize workspaces. Now, Voices of Change is actually particularly close to my heart because a few years ago, I was part of this planning committee and we put together the first Voice of Change event in South Africa. So today, I feel really like I'm with my people. And it's a very special moment to be on this side of the event, actually speaking instead of being the planning and running around behind the scenes. I would also like to, just say that I feel like I'm with my people because we have a common purpose, and that's playing our part in creating a more gender equitable country. So I have a couple of slides that I also want to share with you as we do today's talk. What you will notice first is the title of this talk. Just one moment. The title of this talk, it says Pivot with Courage. Now, if you are rolling your eyes right now when you saw the word pivot, I don't blame you because we've used that word and overused that word since the start of COVID, right? But what I would really like to encourage you to listen out for as I give my talk is the moments of pivot that has happened in my career where I've had to dig into courage. And I hope in that way that it will inspire you to tap into your moments of pivot and to think about how that is shaping the person that you are becoming and will continue to become. Because these moments over my lifetime has resulted in me in the space where I'm right now as an entrepreneur and a small business owner. And I own it and I love it. The second word that you will see in my slide is courage. Now, courage is core to the work that I do. And I will share a perspective of courage as we do this work as well, as I do my talk. And one of the skill sets of courage is vulnerability. There's actually 4 skill sets that we do as part of a bigger piece of work that I do called Dare to Lead. And I will share more about that in a moment. But vulnerability is so core to the skill set of building courage in our lives. And in the spirit of vulnerability, I would like to share with you right now that I'm recovering from COVID. In particular, I've got COVID pneumonia and I'm nearly healed. Thank goodness and thank God for that. But if I do take at moments, just a deep breath in, a sip of water, or if I'm sounding a bit croaky, just know that I'm also managing that piece. But vulnerability asks us to show up, even if we can't predict the outcome. So I'm here with you today, super excited. And yes, let's dig in. I'm going to start my story from this time I actually started my career. So I moved to Johannesburg from Durban after I finished matric. And at that time, the intention was to actually go to college. I was accepted at Wits to do a BSc. The December that I joined, that I came to Johannesburg, I was actually offered a temp position as a receptionist. And it was very tempting to get that first paycheck. And if those on the call can recall your first paycheck and what you can do with it, and suddenly having access to money that is yours, yes, it was very tempting. And so I made the decision to not go to college and to actually start working. I must say that there were moments when I really felt like a failure, especially when I saw my classmates, talk about college life and getting their first year and their second year degrees and that part of their life continuing. Though when I look back, I also noticed that I had moments of courage built in there because I didn't not do anything. I studied a business certificate with Damlin at the time, which then helped me move into a clerk position within the company. A few years later, I then joined Nedbank. And Nedbank is where I stayed for the next 20 years. So if you're thinking, how can one person stay in a company for so long? Well, firstly, at that time, company loyalty and staying the course of a career with the one company was applauded. But secondly, what I noticed also now looking back is that I had many moments of pivot, many moments of change and turn, moments when I had to evolve myself in those 20 years. So if you're in a position right now, be it only a few years with the company, be it many, many years, notice also the times when you've had to redefine yourself, the times when you learned a new skill set, the times that you changed your career course, even though you were with the same company, because all of that takes courage. Halfway through my career with Nedbank, and at that time I was in business operations, I started managing a team of specialists. And it was the first time I was exposed to performance coaching. So I had to learn performance coaching and do this with my team. And I think it was at that point that the coaching bug bit. And I must say Nedbank has been really, really good to me over those years, because I completed then went on to do a master's degree, which helped me do a complete career shift. Some of it was self-funded, some was company funded, but through it all, there were moments of great support for the journey that I was going on for myself. Business operations in specific, I think, has helped me today as a small business owner, because at that time I had to learn the discipline of customer service and also managing customer experience and the fast-paced world of delivery. So if you are going through career shifts for yourself, tap into what you've already done, because those moments that you've had to try out something new and those experiences you have are not wasted. You carry them with you and you build on them. My next pivot, if I had, as I call it, was actually about to occur after that. While I was in business operations and managing this team, I started getting a sense of a purpose that I wanted to start pursuing. And it wasn't in the business operations field anymore. I wanted to get into people development. In specific, I wanted to get into organizational development. Now, if you are familiar with that field or not, if you had to ask anybody to explain to you what organizational development is or how one can get into it, you'll get a myriad of answers. Needless to say, it does require one to go back to school and study. And the field and the things you would study is industrial psychology, leadership development, culture work, and team effectiveness work. So with a 2.5-year-old toddler, still working the role that I was in, managing my home, I went back to school. And I must say, I must give credit to my husband at that time, who used to spend almost every Sunday taking our son out for the day so that I could study, and what I've realized is we need support. We must be able to ask for support. We must be able to receive support, and that is courageous. In being able to complete that master's degree, I was then able to shift completely career-wise into the space of organizational development, where I spent a few years still whilst in the organization practicing this. And I found my calling, I found my purpose. It might have seemed late in life. Now I'm at that point in time, I was mid to late 30s. And having to do a career shift actually feels very vulnerable, because I'm leaving a job and a career there where I was the expert, right? I'm leaving us a team where people knew me, I knew them. It was comfortable. We knew what we were doing. And now having to get into a space where I'm now pretty much a junior, having to learn from scratch, and having to be humble enough to realize that I'm no longer the expert and to put the age factor aside. That, for me, took a lot of courage. And it can actually be, quite nerve-wracking to start that entire process. While I was in this field of organizational development, I was exposed, especially when I was studying coaching, to a phenomenal woman called Dr. Brené Brown. Now, some of you might have heard of her, and if you haven't, I urge you to YouTube her TED Talk, The Power of Vulnerability, after this event. Excuse me. Dr. Brené Brown is a social worker and a research professor at the University of Houston. And for the last 2 decades, she studied a very interesting topic called vulnerability. Linked to that was this hard emotion that we all as human beings experience called shame. And then the antidote to shame is empathy and self-compassion. In the last 7 to 8 years, she then took the work that she had been studying with the team and focused it into corporate, into organizations. And really the question she was trying to explore is utilizing the work that she had already and the research that she had already connected with. How then do we, what is the future world of leadership? And what came out as core from all of that research is that the future of leadership requires more courageous cultures and braver leaders. So courage became core to the future of organizations. And so then Dare to Lead was born, which is a book that she's written and has since been turned into an actual program that we take teams and leadership teams through. Dare to Lead at its core is a courage building program and an emotional literacy program. Now, I went and studied this whilst I was still working in OD in the organization. This was a self-funded effort. I didn't know at the time, but it was going to take a lot of courage to actually just own my space. Because when the applications opened up on Brené's website to say she's going to be doing Dare to Lead as a program, and she's inviting facilitators in the OD and coaching space to apply, to learn this methodology and practice it on her behalf, I hesitated. I thought, who am I to try this? Because the reality is, in the coaching world, and especially in the OD space, it is still predominantly white dominated, especially white female dominated. So I had to own my own sense of self-worth to say that I can actually take up space and do this piece of work. So I applied and I waited and I waited. And finally, I was accepted into the program. And I went across in 2019 to study with Brené, I'm happy to say, and learn the Dare to Lead work, which I then brought back into South Africa and has been practicing. That was just a slip off this headset. Right. So as I think about, even just making that move across and coming back, I then felt the call to courage, my own call to courage. And that was, I've been thinking about going out on my own for many years. I've been wanting to, but the comfort of growing up and being in corporate was so tempting. To have this steady income. I'm finally at a career point that I love doing the work that I'm doing. I'm earning the income that I felt was good for me. I had the comfort of traveling for work when I needed to, working with some amazing teams. But what I also started seeing as I was doing work with teams was that there were examples of really great leadership and trust in teams and the ability to bounce back when they've had setbacks. And I was also exposed to teams where the opposite was happening, real struggle, real difficulty with building trust. And I kind of wondered what was these two polarities? What was the difference in the way that teams worked that we could tap into to help people thrive more and to rehumanize the workspaces? So Dare to Lead offered me that perspective. And then I felt the need to answer my own call to courage and actually then move into making a decision towards the end of 2019 to open my own practice and to leave corporate. It was scary. And if anything, what I've learned from that is courage is not the absence of fear. It is feeling the fear and the uncertainty and taking the next brave step in any case. And holding on to that, onto that belief helped me make the step to leave corporate. I must say that I also, a deciding factor in that was also that I had reached burnout. And if any of you think that you have burnout or have experienced it, you know that it's a full-on body-mind experience. And it takes time to heal. It takes courage to admit that you need help and to actually do it because you're worth it. And I would encourage anybody that is struggling and think that you might be experiencing burnout to seek support and help. You become a better person as a result. Your organization benefits from a healthier you. So let's talk a little bit about courage. I am looking at my time and I'm noticing that it is speeding away from me, so I'm going to also speed along with it. Courage in the way that we work in the Dare to Lead work is we look at courage as a heart word. And by that I mean the core of the word courage, C-O-R, comes from the Latin meaning, which means to speak all of one's mind by sharing all of one's heart. In other words, it is to speak your truth. One of the most courageous things we can do is to speak our truth. And I know that courage is, often synonymous with superheroes and big acts of bravery, right? And we need our superheroes and we need our brave heroes as well. But what I'm actually referring to here is the everyday courage that you and I have access to. The ability to step into our values and to speak our truth when we need to. And that sits at the heart of Dare to Lead, this ability to speak our truth. It's the reason also for that is because when the research was done around Dare to Lead, and this is now research done with 150 leaders and C-suite leaders and teams, the number one area that organizations suffered the most in, where they could benefit from more courage, is the ability to have more open, honest, tough, respectful conversations. So this ability to speak your truth is directly linked to a need that we have in organizations to be able to have a tough, respectful conversation. And when asked why this doesn't happen, one of the main reasons is, I don't want to hurt people's feelings. It doesn't feel like the kind thing to do. And so we ask the question, so what do you do instead? Well, I kind of talk about people, and that's neither kind nor clear, right? So the more courageous thing to do is to develop the ability and the capacity to be able to speak your truth, be it with a colleague, be it up your line, right? And that always feels harder. Be it in any relationship that you're in. Now, I put this slide in because when we talk about being leaders, one of the things that is core is relationship. And relationships require vulnerability. It requires connection. As women, I think we are just naturally able to tap into this aspect of connection. It's part of our feminine energy. But at times, it's also this energy that we want to suppress because hasn't been rewarded or applauded even. So I want to take a moment to just read this slide to you. Connection is the energy that exists between people when they feel seen, heard, and valued, when they can give and receive without judgment, and when they derive sustenance from that relationship. So when we think about connection, it's also important to remember that we have the ability to connect, and we need more connection in this world right now. We need more of us owning that part of ourselves. Robin Sharma has this beautiful quote that he says, awareness precedes choice and choice precedes results. In other words, if you want certain results in your life, be it in your relationships, in your leadership journey, in the work that you're producing, it's going to depend on the choices you make. And the quality of those choices depends on the level of self-awareness that you're willing to bring into it. So self-awareness, especially for me, when I think about my own practice and becoming a small business owner, an entrepreneur, self-awareness has become key critical in how I lead myself. Who we are is how we lead, right? Knowing your emotions, knowing when you're triggered by something, knowing how you're about to react. Is it helpful? Knowing when to pause, knowing when to take something serious and when to just let it go, right? Self-awareness is a critical skill set as being an entrepreneur. And being a leader. I'm not going to leave it just at entrepreneur. I wanted to talk a bit about vulnerability.
And Neshri, before we continue, first of all, thank you so much for being vulnerable in the beginning and opening and saying how you're feeling. And I'd like to say to you, I wish you a speedy, speedy recovery. And thank you for showing us an example of showing up, an example of showing up when you may not even feel like it. That is the essence of vulnerability exhibited through courage, which is exactly what you're talking about, and why I also love Dr. Brene Brown's talk so much. We are going to take questions for Anishri at the end of this. You will get a chance to just wrap up what you were saying. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but we are running out of time, and I'd really like us to move along and talk to Ipileng Mkari as well. The questions can be posed for both ladies with both phenomenal stories to share. Ipileng Mkari is the co-founder and CEO of Motseng Investments. She's got her finger in many, many pies. And one of the things I enjoyed about what she said in researching her, she said many of the times when we look for mentors, we're looking so far away from our circles. We look far away from the people we work with. I mean, Anishri has just shared an inspiring story about, and I'm not going to get sick of this word, pivoting. Pivoting is crucial. It is essential. It is all about adapting. I'm not over it. I don't think I'm going to be over it anytime soon. In fact, I am riding that wave as much as I can, and I would encourage the rest of us to do that. But for more pearls of wisdom, don't forget, you can still also reach out with us, hashtag Voices of Change 2021 on Twitter, and you can ask Ipileng or Anishri any questions that you have. And as I said, make use of this time. You do have them to ask anything you want about your journey. Ipileng, thank you so very much for joining us. I look forward to hearing your insights.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Masa. I was just realizing that I'm talking to myself. Good afternoon to you all. It really is an absolute pleasure just to be with every single person who's watching us and who's joined us this afternoon. First of all, I just want to make sure that my screen is showing. I think it is, and I'm going to proceed with my conversation. My name is Ipileng Mkari. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a businesswoman. I have been operating in the South African business space and a little bit of the SADC space for the past 23 years. And I love it. I love what I do, principally because I get the opportunity to do this. I get the opportunity to share a little bit of some of our thoughts at Motseng and some of my thoughts as the CEO and founder of Motseng. I think what's so powerful about this conversation today is really the focus of gender diversity and equality, really couched in this conversation of diversity and inclusion. And I want to try and explore how the role of diversity and collaboration and unity really strengthens this conversation of gender equality and the objective of gender equality. Looking at the context that we're in, 2020 shifted everything for all of us. And really when you understand what has happened with the research that has really been looked at, the 2020 National Income Dynamics Study, NIDS, really outlined that more than 60% of COVID-related jobs that were lost in 2020 were amongst women in South Africa. And that context is very powerful, I think, for us to begin to understand the additional challenges that we are now facing when we talk about gender parity, diversity, and inclusion. Because the impact of unemployment really has meant that major financial losses and a whole lot of related socioeconomic impacts have been at the center of challenges for women and obviously for women entrepreneurs. My talk is going to touch on this entrepreneurship conversation in the context of property, particularly real estate, listed real estate in South Africa. So COVID has really outlined, as we've all seen, the stark inequalities, and the greatest and most urgent opportunity in my mind is really the redevelopment of our social cohesion and obviously the infrastructure nationally in our country. Nobody is more alive to the critical requirement for social cohesion, both as a result of COVID and as a result of many socioeconomic impacts than South Africans in the last month of July. We really saw in front of our eyes a different South Africa that exists every day amongst us. And I think it just brought home to many of us that at the end of the day, access to economic participation of women entrepreneurs and every individual in South Africa must be our singular focus as leaders. Because it is that access to economic participation, it is that access that allows individuals who are civilians in any society to feel included, to feel a part of a society, and therefore to be able to grow. And my focus obviously is on women entrepreneurs' access into this economy, following COVID, and prior to COVID, following all the issues that we already know are a problem for women entrepreneurs, particularly in their access to markets, access to finance, and access to growth. So I suppose we have to contextualize why diversity, and diversity is the reality of what we are. It is the difference. It encompasses the dimensions that we are. I am Ipileng. I am a woman of Black ethnicity. I am a female, obviously, because I'm a woman. I'm of a particular age, and I have my specific beliefs. That is my fact. That is who I am. Inclusion, however, is about how people are made to feel. It is about how we value and we make sure that people are valued and are connected in those communities, be they communities at work, be they communities in our society, whatever they may be. It really is the feeling that as Ipileng, I am actually able to thrive in any particular environment, and that my inherent worth is actually recognized. And I think one of the most important words about inclusion in my mind is safety, that I feel safe enough to be authentically who I am, that I feel safe enough to really just belong in a much bigger space. And diversity, therefore, in South Africa and in our context of our country, really is probably one of our greatest, it's our greatest advantage. It is our it is our fact. It is who we are and how we have become what is South Africa. Inclusion is our greatest challenge. Inclusion is that mountain that we have to climb, that as leaders, we have to be able to identify inclusive language, inclusive behavior, inclusive environments, inclusive contexts, without which we will never ever be able to create a thriving society with individuals and civilians who actually feel safe within it. So in the context of the real estate environment, I want to share a case study of an organization called Women's Property Network. This particular organization was started in the year 2000, and I have been very proud to be part of the Women's Property Network over the last 21 years. In 2007, I took on the leadership role of being the president of the Women's Property Network. And the research I'm presenting here today is research that was done by the Women's Property Network with some key partners in 2020. I'm no longer part of the leadership of Women's Property Network, but I participate quite extensively as a trustee in their education trust. What I think is very important about this research and this network is that it began as a network for the most senior women in the property industry to form networks amongst themselves. It has since transitioned to a network of all women in the property industry. And in 2020, the leadership of Women's Property Network embarked on a State of Gender Diversity Research report, which really looked at the particular period of 2013 to 2020, identifying in this listed environment specifically, so they didn't look at the total sector of property sector, which would include private sector, unlisted, listed, as well as government. They just looked at the real estate sector, and they focused on specific elements that were measurable and were obviously identifiable. And I think there's some very, very important results that came out of this particular research. The most important of which for me is that the results are grim. The picture is not a very, very positive one. It is one that needs an immense amount of work. The location of WPN within the sector is a very, very instrumental one, because whilst it was started in the year 2000 as an organization that really was seen as just a network for women to get together, what I don't think many people realized at the time was the power that this network held and could hold in really driving the conversation of gender parity and driving its importance through these elements such as research. And so I'm very, very pleased to present just a summary with the very brief time that I have with you of this particular research and what it's telling us, and what I believe becomes very, very important for individuals within the sector who are leaders to understand the challenges that we face. So in 2013, we see that this particular market cap at the time of the industry was about 235 billion. And we see a significant rise in the number of executive directors, particularly in these listed property funds, that doubled between 2013 and 2020. What's interesting is that there was an average executive female representation in that period of about 15%, which is it's decent, but I think it's certainly we would be aiming as women property leaders at more like 50%. There was also an interesting point here where 24% of the average female in these organizations was 24%. There were more non-executive directors on boards than there were leaders actually leading these organizations. And I think that for me becomes quite a challenge when you start looking at the interventions, or it also becomes an opportunity. The comparison of non-white individuals to white executives is very stark indeed, at 20% representation of non-white individuals. The non-executive comparison there being 28% non-white executives and 72% white executives. And you begin to see a picture really of an industry in my mind that whilst it has a lot of very good intentions and policies and businesses to drive gender parity, we are simply very far away from that which we think it's where it should be. And finally, 13 out of 28 REITs, being the actual funds, have got 100% male executive directors, which is an interesting statistic given how much organizations like WPN do to obviously address the issue of gender representation. 17 of 28 REITs have less than 30% female non-executive directors, and 15 out of 28 have 100% white executive directors. And so what we see here is a dominance clearly of white males in executive and non-executive roles. And I think in 2021, where we sit today, that's something that we certainly are striving as WPN to show, to demonstrate through credible research, and then to start asking the questions, how do we effectively and sustainably address this issue? You see a dominance, obviously, of white females as well in comparison to non-white females. And whilst there have been increases since 2013, really those increases are no more than 20%. And I think this is the critical challenge that business faces, that leaders face every day, that individuals such as myself face consistently when we are engaging in industry, whether it is our own real estate industry or externally. Because that picture might be slightly different in mining, it may be different in a pharmaceutical industry, but generally the theme is the same. We seem to have backtracked from the early days and the early parts of our democratic republic, from where we focused very heavily and pointedly and deliberately on these aspects. And there has seemed to have been a little bit of a decline, certainly in the property industry. And we believe, certainly in the summary of the WPN report, my own personal belief and some of the key female leaders and across the board, that there are 5 key elements that have to be present in any industry in order for us to see gender parity, in order for us to move past the context of diversity and acknowledge that it is there, but really begin to create environments that are inclusive in the way that we commit. So our commitment to this is all about leadership. There has to be a leadership commitment, and that really speaks to leadership of ideas and concepts cannot just be on paper. There have to be real measurable ways in which leaders are incentivized and disincentivized to drive this conversation of diversity and inclusion. Secondly, there have to be enabling environments. Inclusion on its own it has to be full of intent. It has to be deliberate. It is not something that simply is assumed or acknowledged as having been there in any individual. And therefore, enabling environments require not just leaders who are committed to it, but who actually ensure that their businesses, their corporates are actually enabling in becoming inclusive. And that means that it is how we recruit. It is in the identification of appropriate talent management strategies that specifically identify and say, we actually want to have roles that are set aside and dedicated for diverse candidates or diversity candidates, that are set aside for females, that are set aside for individuals who essentially drive this organization further and allow us to achieve objectives of gender parity. Upskilling becomes a fundamental requirement in terms of how we train, mentor, coach individuals in those spaces. I think one of the greatest challenges I have realized in the last 2 to 3 years in South Africa, particularly in the highest levels of corporate South Africa, has been this challenge that locates Black candidates and Black CEOs, celebrates them upon appointment, shreds them to pieces during their times of office, and sees them typically leaving much sooner than is expected. We saw that last year in 2 very large financial institutions, a really sad outcome in terms of gender diversity, as well as just inclusion. And for me, it speaks about this relationship between enabling environments, the link between that and talent management, and then the upskilling. Because whilst we may be recruiting some of the most brilliant individuals, environments in themselves that are not enabling, that do not allow for people to thrive, to be welcomed, and to be included, will literally spit out those same people. And it is a very, very challenging situation where we have this revolving kind of door syndrome within our environment that we need to tackle. We need to be able to address these issues so that we're not left behind as a country on a global stage. And then lastly, the issue of retention. Certainly the report from WPN highlights the fact that these 5 principles are critical in ensuring that we not only are finding individuals, but are retaining individuals. Because I think really what it does mean is that when we are able to retain individuals who have been able to drive a specific type of cultural change and shift in an organization, they too are able to take that forward. Leadership cannot be positional. It is the disposition of leadership really that allows us to drive the elements of retention and therefore continue to drive these conversations around gender diversity, gender equality, diversity, and inclusion. Fundamental in the report itself, it further goes to identify some of the UN Women Empowerment Principles, at least 7 of them, that really speak to deliberate interventions that any organization is actually able to adopt. And I just want to highlight some of them for this conversation. So firstly, establishing very high-level corporate leadership for gender equality. It is absolutely critical that that is a focus of any organization, that those gender equality leadership principles are supported by key policies. The second being equal opportunity, inclusion, and non-discrimination. I think we've talked to that in terms of enabling environments. The third being ensuring that there is a critical health and safety and well-being of all staff and individuals in any organization, promoting education, and promoting education of training and professionals for women, speaking to the upskilling factor, implementing clear ESD and supply management practices. And the last 2 that I just want to read quickly is partnering with financial institutions to actually promote access for funding for women, and that obviously in the context of women entrepreneurship, and ensuring meaningful participation for women in property transactions. So in closing, in my mind, when we talk about this conversation of collaboration, we desperately need the partnership of leaders across the board in our organizations, particularly in business. When you look at the real estate and the listed sector, it is very, very critical for me that this very state of gender report was partnered by some of the leading organizations in our industry. And so the collaborative effort really speaks to the recognition that we see that there is a challenge in our industry. And our legacy at WPN is to be able to shift that which we see and where we can actually intervene in addressing those challenges. It does require a combination of set of principles and behaviors. So an inclusive mindset, appropriate skills development that I've already spoken to, an appropriate collaborative culture, communication that is absolutely clear and that is courageous. I think the last one for me, which is very, very fundamental in this conversation of leadership across any business, particularly in such critical matters such as inclusion, is doing good. So one of the critical challenges of leaders is actually understanding that as a leader, you have to lead. Your face of leadership must be to be empathetic, to be ethical, and to be equitable, and to find equity in your business, and to actually make sure that those spaces really thrive and allow people to lead in these particular 3 elements. For me, it is absolutely fundamental that as we talk about being voices of change, that we are leaders, as we sit here listening today, that we are leaders who can locate any one of these 5 principles in our own personal value systems, in the way in which we lead, in the way in which we are easily ready for change, where we have diversity of thought, and where we are conscious at all times about our inclusive mindset. In closing, 3 key elements come out. You cannot drive the conversation of gender parity, diversity, and inclusion without leadership. I've always believed that in order to drive it and to drive any key objective of change such as this, there has to be preparedness. We can only descend to the level of our preparedness when we understand the challenges that we're facing. And so research and data and information, such as the research that has been done by WPN, is critical in being able to identify the problem. We then need to ask ourselves, what are the key solutions? And some of the key solutions that WPN is leading in in the industry of property is the introduction of what is called our boardroom masterclass, which is a very powerful solution in my mind at addressing the critical problem in the boardroom itself, making sure that our industry prepares women who are our members to be ready to be women who are leading at the level in the boardroom. Because to be selected and to be identified as a board executive begins to add to the change. So we want to see a pool of women being developed through the support of WPN in this masterclass, so that in 5, 10, 15 years' time, this research looks different every year that it is conducted. Secondly, the issue of inclusion. Inclusion is not about tolerance. It is about unquestioned acceptance. And I believe that through some of the interventions, such as our boardroom masterclass, such as this particular State of Gender report, which will be reported on in the coming years, that we're beginning to bring the elements of inclusion and the challenges of exclusion right into leadership, into the leadership thrust, where we are allowing key leaders in our various organizations to understand it and to partner with organizations such as WPN in driving the change. Ultimately, we will only be unified when we walk together. And one of my favorite African proverbs, I think someone shared it earlier today, is that if you want to walk quickly, surely you can go alone. But if you want to work farther and go farther, you have to go together. Thank you for your time. And I hope that I have shared key principles in terms of what we're doing in the property industry and what needs to be done across the board for women entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much for those insights, Ipileng. We have many questions for both Ipileng and Aneshri. Getting to what Ipileng just said, diversity is not the problem. It is actually our it. We need inclusivity that is full of intention to enable environments where people can prosper and feel safe. Now, I know, Aneshri, I cut you off and you still have one more powerful slide to go through with us. But before we get to that, I'd just like to get to some of these questions that people have been throwing forward. Don't forget, it's hashtag Voices of Change 2021 or hashtag VOC 2021. On Twitter, we also have a poll that's out. Please do take care and do take part in that. Your first question is for both of you ladies. What is the biggest mistake learning you experienced when you started your business? And if you could do it all over again, would you do it differently?
Aneshri, do you want to start?
Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm thinking of all my stuff. I think I would have leveraged networks sooner. I think that is something I would have done. I would have, in hindsight, connected sooner to the networks that I've had going on for years before, instead of trying to do it on my own, and actually done some of those associate relationships sooner. Because what I've realized is we actually can't do this alone, and we don't need to. And there's a whole host of people waiting for our skill sets, and we can tap into that while we're figuring out how to get this business up and running. Ipileng, over to you.
Thank you, Aneshri. I think that letting go has been one of my biggest mistakes. So not learning and understanding how to let go of a business when it is challenged, Masa. And that really has to do with what I learned in my first 10 years of business is, entrepreneurs get very emotionally connected to their businesses. They therefore are blinded at times by the realities of a business that is failing, and your inability to recognize that, in fact, you need to let it go, you need to shut it down, you need to sell it. That was one of my big mistakes in the early days, and I think delayed the opportunity to succeed in other areas of really then supporting the businesses that were working, because you're busy trying to nurse a business that isn't working.
Another question for both of you coming through over here. What advice can you provide for survival of small businesses during this pandemic? And Ipileng, you touched on this when you gave those stats of who actually was retrenched, who lost their businesses, and who lost income as a result
Yeah.
of this tragic pandemic. What would you say to this?
So, there were opportunities in this tragedy, and we can't fail to recognize what those were. So for small, because the question is quite pointed, it's about small business owners, and a lot of business owners had the opportunity during this COVID pandemic to step back and to say, is this the business I want to be in? And that's a fundamental question. When you have the opportunity to restart, renew, review, it is a really huge opportunity that one cannot ignore. I think the second opportunity that small business owners have, Masa, is collaboration, partnering, letting go of the things that you don't need, and therefore then looking at how you collaborate with others in being able to increase your circle. I know of a lot of small business owners who had the misfortune of having to let go of staff, and it's very, very painful, very emotional. And for some, actually, it meant that they couldn't continue with their businesses. But others actually were able to then identify smaller service providers that they could partner with. So maybe you have to let go of a team that is doing an internal service like HR, but you are maybe able to partner with a company that is not dedicated, that's not on your payroll, but you're still able to get the service as and when you require. So it has meant, I think, identifying ways in which your survival as a business, even if it comes down to losing everything or losing some of the people and remaining with the core, but that a core that allows you to still continue and to revisit how you do things is better than completely losing it altogether.
Thank you so much for that, Ipileng. And when you talk about letting go, it's not just in business, but it's also in our personal capacities. As you said that, I just felt the chills going down my spine because I felt like you were attacking me personally there with that comment, but I appreciate it. Another question is for Aneshri before we go into your last slide. And this is a very important one, again, about SMEs. This person's asking, what would you say are the personal reflections to be a truly courageous leader, especially in an SME?
Wow. I think understanding your values, understanding your personal values, because those anchor you in such a way and then helps you drive so many of your decisions. And not just about what your values are, but also what are the behaviors that you will display to support those values. I think if you are able to do that piece of work, and it might sound easy, but actually it's not, I think that is something that anchors you, keeps you on course, especially when things are veering off track and you have to make those hard decisions, when there are times when your business is really, really struggling. Coming back to your values, who you are at your core, just helps keep you grounded. So I would encourage some values, personal values work linked to what are the behaviors that support those values.
Absolutely. Ipileng, thank you so very much for sharing those insights. Thank you very much for the role that you play. Congratulations on all your successes and keep up the good work, especially with the Women's Property Network, those researchers, those reports that are coming up. Let's not see the same report in 5 years' time, as you said. So truly honored and thankful to have your time today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be joining you.
Aneshri, you want to take it away to your last slide?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could not leave this talk without sharing this.
Of course.
So she, he, we is power, right? And as we close off this piece and we look at that statement, I want you to leave you with answering your own call to courage. In other words, where do you want to show up more, be seen more, and live braver in your own life? And I think if you can reflect and take some time to look at that question, it's going to help you answer your own call to courage. In other words, where do I just need to be braver? So that's the question that I want to leave the audience with. And I really want to thank you for the opportunity to be a part of the Voices of Change this time around.
I have a fascinating question before I let you go that has just come through for you, Aneshri. And I'm quite curious myself Did you ever want to give up and go back to a corporate job getting a monthly salary?
Yes. The early days, I must say, the first few months after I left corporate, I can't remember if I shared this in the initial story, but I was actually dealing with burnout.
Yeah.
And it was quite tempting to say, you know what, maybe I should just go back to corporate. And at the same time, my LinkedIn profile was very tempting because I was getting these kind of flags coming up. Can we have, different recruiters? Can we have a conversation around this? Can we have a coffee around this? And it was tempting to just explore what could be, going back into corporate. So yes, the answer is yes, it was tempting.
The final comment that came in for you was saying, I'm making the same transition as you. I'm completing my master's in coaching while holding down a sales job. I feel braver and definitely filled with courage just listening to you. Would like to connect with you for possible mentorship. Please let me know if you're open to this, and you can share your contact details.
Awesome. I would love to connect with anybody. You've got my LinkedIn profile. If you don't yet, you can find me, Aneshri Yassa, on LinkedIn. Send me a direct message and let's set up some time to talk.
Thank you so much, Aneshri, and all the best with your recovery with COVID pneumonia. We are sending you lots of light and love and would like to see you breathing with ease and again out in the streets and being the courageous builder that you are.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was very fascinating for me to listen to two powerful women's different stories. I mean, Aneshri literally talking about starting from the bottom and then working her way to the top. Same as Ipileng has made use of those opportunities that she's had. And again, it's about paying it forward. The next session is one of my personal favorites. And Josh Leves is going to be talking to us about modern day fatherhood being essential for gender equality. And taking off what Aneshri said about vulnerability, I'd like to share a story with you about modern day fatherhood. I think my father was personally progressive because already in the 80s, he was practicing modern day fatherhood. I was picked up and dropped off at school by him every day. My first period talk happened with my father. My first sex talk happened with my father. And he was just the man who was there and able to be a father, be a man at work, and also come back at home and be our father. I actually remember when we're talking about collaborating with men and women. My parents are divorced, but when my mother said when I was 16 years old, she wants to go back to school to do her MBA, my father took my brother and I and looked after us full-time as opposed to the co-parenting agreement that they had to ensure that my mother completes her MBA, which she did, cum laude. And that is an exceptional example of what happens when there is a collaboration. It doesn't even have to be a marriage. It's just a respectful relationship that is a good example for future generations. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what Josh has to say this afternoon. A very good afternoon and welcome to you.
Hey, thanks for having me. I love that story.
Yeah.
It's so true how these things are so deeply connected. And, I always tell people in my work in the US and around the world, this is often the big missing half of the conversation around making sure that women have equal opportunity in the workplace and to lead, whether it's in business or government, making sure that men can be equal caregivers and making sure that men are empowered and free to be equal caregivers. So hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. I do have some slides and stuff I'm going to show you along the way. If anything goes wrong, if anything technical happens, just jump right in and tell me. I mean, I spent 20 years in broadcasting, 10 of them on CNN, and I've been on the air when all of my graphics fell apart. It's not a big deal to me. So if something goes wrong, just let me know. But I want to be showing you some facts and images along the way. I'm also going to be taking your questions. So at any point you want to jump in with those, do, and I'll be leaving time for them at the end. But I want to first give you a little taste of what it is that I do and the kind of fact checking that I can offer when it comes to this whole arena. So let me pull up these slides. I love the name of this event. I think it's just perfect. And I love how she and he are right there in one word. I always say alliances go both ways. And I can guarantee you that it took allies for your dad to be able to be the kind of caregiver that he was, in addition to your mom having the opportunity to pursue her career. Here's a global stat that's helpful to look at. I have a partnership with Dove Men Plus Care. We did this global survey. 85% said of men across all these countries said they would do anything to be more involved after the child is born or adopted, brought into the family. This is the new modern norm. Dads want to be more involved, but there are blockades, there are structures that they often cannot overcome. It's not within their control to overcome. So I'm going to talk about those and help us see what those are so we can address them together. I'm also going to talk about some of these myths that we need to get rid of. One of the big myths I read about and talk about a lot is this idea here in this country, in the United States, where I am, that most Black dads are absent. It's false. It's a misreading of data. And it's a point that comes up elsewhere, including South Africa. You often see headlines like this. I grabbed this one headline that surveys say most children in South Africa have absent fathers. It's actually not true. When you dig into the data, that's not what it actually shows. Now, it's quite possible some of you already know this. I hope I'm not treading ground that you already know. But when I talk about facts, there is a different background to it because of my history in fact checking, which I'll explain soon. But I also want to tell you, we're going to talk a little about the current context. You know, all over the world, we have been hearing about how incredibly difficult and stressful COVID has been for moms, and it has been. Women have disproportionately lost their jobs, and they disproportionately already do more at home. But dads are experiencing stress too. It's a very difficult time for men and mental health, and men's mental health is a crucial part of the battle for gender equality, addressing this. So it was only when I contacted the main place in the United States that tracks stress statistics, the American Psychological Association, that they went and ran the data. And that's when they found that, in fact, there's no statistically significant difference in stress levels. In short, moms and dads are both extremely equally stressed. We're also facing the same amounts of work-life conflict, and this is a norm. Now, men are silently struggling, and this is a lot of the problem. People don't know about what dads are going through. They don't know how difficult it is for men to get to be equal caregivers. They don't know that this battle even exists, partly because as men, we've been conditioned to not talk about it, and also because there's less societal awareness of it. So these are all things that I'm working on, but it's not all bad news. You know, there's also really beautiful things going on. Dads around the world are creating communities and sharing ideas and advising each other through this time. At Dove Men Care here at dadscare.com, what we've done is create all these videos, which dads are sending in their information, their ideas, how to take care of your kids during the lockdowns, how to be there for them, and all kinds of things, just fun, do-it-yourself kinds of things too. And that includes very serious ideas. Dads have submitted things about how to talk about diversity, how to talk about mental health, how to practice self-care as a parent, which is so essential. We need to be doing all this. So all these things are happening. There's a lot of beautiful things happening behind the scenes with men supporting each other and creating alliances to help each other become the best caregivers we can be. My story starts off perhaps in a surprising place. I always like to point this out because, you know, you're business engaged, and it's important for people to understand the business value of all of this and of addressing this idea of men as caregivers. So I like to start off with this. This was my grandfather's store. And I didn't realize when I was little what a shack it was at the edge of his driveway. I just thought it was the coolest and the most magical place. My grandfather was the one kosher butcher in his little town in Massachusetts. He was an immigrant. He had come over from Poland before World War II, so he was the only survivor in his family, pretty much. And he started this. And I remember when I was little, this was the first family value that I understood. The idea that anyone should be able to start a business or join a business. Anyone, no matter who they are, no matter what their background is, should have an equal shot at creating a business or joining a business and becoming a leader in it. And I remember understanding that his ability to sell a little bit more food spelled the difference between my mom having or not having enough food on the table when she was little. I understood the deep connection between family values and business, the ability to make both at once. So all the solutions that I talk about in this work I do now are about what boosts businesses as well, what help businesses. Anyway, I thought I might go into business, but it turned out that I enjoy talking a lot. So I became a broadcaster on National Public Radio, NPR, and the Voice of America around the world. And then I jumped over to television. And here's why I need to tell you about this. I created this position for myself at CNN as this ultimate on-air fact checker guy. And oh, look at that. The third video just stopped working. Anyway, the reason that I point this out is that in order to do this well, in order to do the best possible job of fact checking, I had to learn something that almost no journalists learn. I had to learn how to figure out what data points that we hear about are legitimate. And it turns out that almost no journalists do this. You know, if a university or just a person puts out a quote unquote study with a number in it, we just assume it's true. But I learned things like how to dig into surveys and learn about representative sampling and random dialing and margins of error and sampling errors and waiting for characteristics, all this stuff that sounds data geeky, but in fact spells the difference between a number being real or not real. So unfortunately, a lot of numbers that we hear in the news aren't really backed up by representative surveys. So the ones I share are. Anyway, at the time that I was doing this, this is when my career was, but the bigger part of who I am is a dad. And I always say that if you become a parent, it's always dramatic to become a parent. It's like this big bang in your life. Suddenly there's this universe that you are responsible for. But for my wife and me, for us, it was extra drama each time. So with our firstborn, when he was born, we found out at 2 days old that he would need major heart surgery. So here he is at 7 days. And yes, this was a nightmare, but this is also beautiful because this is the story of humanity, the positive story of humanity. We fix things, we adapt to survive. And here he is at 1. So see, everything worked out just great. I had the same response to becoming a dad that most men do. And that is that I suddenly had a lot of concerns about money for the distant future. You know, when you're young, you're in your 20s, you don't hopefully worry that much about money as long as you have enough. And I became a journalist. I was not chasing a big money job, but suddenly I thought, okay, I'm going to need health insurance forever and mortgage and someday college. So unfortunately, I started overworking because at the time, the more I was on the air, the more I worked, the more I got paid. But I didn't want to miss any moments with my kids. So I would get up at about 3:30 in the morning, go to work, be there till about 5 p.m., come home, spend the evening with him, do everything. But I wasn't really mentally present. I was stressed and exhausted all the time. Baby number 2 knocked me out of that, though. The drama there was that he was born in an emergency on the floor of our bedroom. My wife, I like to say he and my wife conspired to skip labor altogether. It was several weeks before the due date, and my wife just fell to the floor of the bedroom. And I won't gross you out, but things started coming off into my arms, and he came out, and there was no sign that he was breathing at first. His eyes were closed. There was no movement. The umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck several times. I was on the phone with emergency services. I figured out what to do, and everything worked out great. And I'm very careful, by the way, as I tell these stories. You know, I know that they're much more my wife's stories than they are mine. I'm super careful to only talk about my experience. And I can tell you that for my experience in the months after that, you know, that traumatic vision of him coming out and not clearly being alive at first was like imprinted on the insides of my eyelids. I ended up writing about it for CNN. But what happened was it turned out to be a good thing because it made me realize in that moment, my values were so clear. I didn't care about money. I cared about life, about being there for all the moments, about love. So I started looking for work-life balance. And I started interviewing fellow dads on CNN. And we had normal conversations, the kinds of conversations that we have in real life. We talked about things like, what are your hopes and dreams? And what is it that you want to see happen in your future? If you're there for the first moments, what's that like? If you're not there for the first moments because you're working, what's that like for you? And all of these things were great conversations. They were also the kinds of normal conversations that my friends and I have in real life. But what I didn't realize is that no one had ever seen that on TV. People didn't know that in real life, guys have these normal conversations about our hopes and dreams for our kids and our families. So the responses we got to this were huge. They were off the charts. The number of people who were responding were bigger than a lot of the people that responded to the fact checks I did on politics. So all these people were saying they had never seen anything like it. And that's when I realized I needed to take my fact-checking lens and put it on the family, because people truly do not know what's going on with most families when it comes to the most misunderstood part of the family, the dads. So I started reporting on facts, like working dads in the United States spend an average of 3 hours each workday with our children. Virtually all dads care for our kids at home in every major category at least several days a week. And all these things were not shocking to me, but it turned out that they are shocking to a lot of people. And let's look at statistics globally. Worldwide, most dads wish to work less and have more time with their kids, ranging from 61% in Croatia to 77% in Chile. This is a norm all over the world, but it's not always discussed. There are different ways that these same problems play out in different cultures, and it remains in the shadows. But the chief idea plays out everywhere, that today's dads want more time with our kids. And there are things holding us back from getting that. So anyway, this is what I started doing, all this fact checking, all this work. And then my wife and I, my wife was pregnant with our third child. And we thought, okay, there's this expression, third time's the charm, everything's going to be smooth now. And instead, my daughter, our third child, and I ended up on the front page of the New York Times. So drama again. And the drama there was this. The policies that I was under at CNN, which was part of this global conglomerate, Time Warner, were strange and yet typical. Under these policies, anyone could get 10 paid weeks off after having a kid, except a biological father. So anyone except a dad in a traditional scenario could get 10 paid weeks to be home and be a caregiver. It made no sense. I went to the company totally in secret and I said, hey, this can't be what you meant. And they said, oh, that's interesting. Put it in writing. Let's see what we could do. And I did. And months went by with no answer. They told me it rose to the top of the company with all the units weighing in, and still no answer. Then my daughter was born prematurely in an emergency. And, a guy like me can only get 2 weeks off. So 2 weeks after she's born, I'm home caring for my wife and my daughter and my two boys. And I'm saying to work, am I going back to work now, or am I allowed to have this time? And that's when work said, no, I could not have the same amount of time that anyone else would have. So the short version is that I took legal action, and responses flew in from all over the world with so much support. Oh, there's my daughter months later. So much support came in from all over the world. And it was kind of like when I started covering fatherhood, I was surprised to see how many people were responding to this. And it was across the spectrum. It was across, it was from every continent, well, except Antarctica, but everywhere else. It was so widespread. I wanted to know what was going on. And that's when HarperCollins came to me with this opportunity to do a book. So I went off on this exploration to figure out what it was that was happening, why my case had galvanized so many women and men. And I came to understand what's happening, that we have to this day a network, and it plays out different ways in different cultures, but it's the same idea, networks of laws and policies and stigmas that act as gender police, that push women to stay home and push men to stay at work. Everything that holds back women at work holds back men at home, and vice versa. These are two sides of the same coin. And that's why we really are all in this together. So one thing I found is that men face derision, demotions, even loss of their jobs when they make family a priority. And there are stories of this all over the world. Men who took the time that they were legally allowed to take to be at home. But because they did that, their bosses, who don't think men should do that, ended up firing them or taking away job opportunities, hurting their careers. And when you've just had a child, you can't risk your career. So this has a huge and global chilling effect in which men are afraid, their whole families are afraid that if they do take time for caregiving, they'll lose their jobs. You can't afford to lose your job. So what are you going to do? In many cases, you have to give up that. So this is why when we look at situations like this, the maternity leave across the globe, America is an outlier in the world, having no national paid maternity leave, which is awful. And it's based entirely on sexism. It's based entirely on this idea that a woman should stay home and not make money, and a man should be working, making money. So why would you need paid maternity leave? And the net result is that there's no system in place to make sure that a baby has a parent at home and food on the table. So that's maternity leave. If you take a look at paternity leave, there's less of it around the world. Many countries don't have, some only have a little. And we are seeing moves in the right direction, including from South Africa. There's this report on the state of South Africa's fathers from MenCare, which is part of Promundo, which also I've done work with through Dove Men Plus Care. There's a policy, South Africa, 10 days, which is something. And even though there's this great line in this report that says 10 days may not seem much for a new father, but the bill is a landmark achievement. And it's true, it is. It's a landmark. Every step forward matters a lot in making sure that we are presenting opportunities for men to be equal caregivers. But there's the policies, and then there's making sure that they can actually be as involved as they want to be. Men do increasingly want to be more and more involved. And this is something that you keep seeing consistently all over the world. And this brings us to this whole idea of something I mentioned at the top. The men who want to be more involved are not just the men who are at home living with their kids. They're also the men who aren't. The numbers on fatherlessness have been blown up all over the world, here in the United States, in South Africa, really everywhere. And that's because of misreadings of housing statistics. So what you often find is that if the parents are not together, there might be two different homes, and only one home is officially listed as being the home where the child lives. So people look at that and they say, aha, this is a single mom and there's no dad involved. But the kid might be living with the dad half the time, might be seeing the dad every day. The dad might live next door. So not sharing an address does not mean you're fatherless. And this is why these numbers get so expanded. Here's a little reality check on that. I know there's a lot going on in this picture. You don't have to worry about all of it, but if you just look right here. So that study I just showed you found that about 7 in 10 kids in South Africa live with an adult man in the same household. It's not always the biological father, but sometimes your dad isn't your biological father. About 3 in 10 have no adult male in the household, but that doesn't mean that they're not seeing him. That just means that he's not physically living. That's not his home in the household. And there are men who are laborers who have to travel for work and live somewhere else and send money back. There are challenges like this. One thing you find is that, it says non-custodial fathers are not disinterested fathers. Often these dads do have to negotiate for time with their kids. And the fathers that they looked at for this study do want to have more time. They say this is crucial. This is just a couple quotes from dads. I enjoy each and every moment that I'm with him. I have to be there no matter what. Now, of course, this is not every single father. Of course, it isn't. It's not. We're not saying that there's no such thing as dads who leave their families. There are, and that is a shameful, awful thing that needs to never happen. But the broad image that men are not involved and don't want to be involved is damaging for everyone because it holds back the whole process. It leads to all sorts of negative assumptions. And that pushes women to end up doing more caregiving. Women cannot lean in. There's this global phenomenon, Lean In, a book by Sheryl Sandberg. When she heard about my case, she contacted me. We met. She's a top executive at Facebook. We sat down. She's in my book. And she agrees with me. Women cannot lean in their careers until men and women can be all in. If we don't make sure that men can also be equal caregivers, women will never have equal opportunity in the workplace. It can't happen. So often, I speak at women's events. It's a lot of what I do is working with women's employee resource groups, women's conferences around the world. And sometimes you hear these well-meaning people come along and say, just be strong, just be tough, just don't be afraid to show what you got. And that's nice and all, but it's also unfair to women because there are millions who will tell you that they've already done that and it did not create a level playing field for them. Because unless we're making sure that all the caregiving, not just for kids, but for elderly parents, for anyone, all the caregiving can also be done equally by men. We will not be giving women an opportunity to take on the new jobs and to take on tougher jobs and to put that time into work. We have to watch out for that. And there's more to it as well. There's been a rise in violence. Gender-based violence is a big focus of mine. And part of what I write in my book is that dads have to be leaders in this. Dads must lead the way in fighting against all forms of sexism, both the idiotic and the barbaric. It's essential that we do this. We need to drown it out. There's power in numbers. As dads raising the next generation, we do have an especially strong responsibility and incentive. Look, all people should stand against sexism. You don't need to have kids in order to care about this or to recognize it. But we need to be leaders in this. And part of the way that we lead in this is by showing equality in our lives, by making sure that we are equal caregivers, by being true allies, both at home and at work. I'm really into solving things. I love solutions. This is one reason that in a way I didn't totally fit in journalism, because we talk about a lot of problems in journalism. We don't always take the time to talk about the solutions. By the way, I should tell you, CNN and Time Warner totally revolutionized their policies and made it much, much better for just about everyone, almost everyone. So I know that solutions can happen, because I know that when you stand up and fight and speak out, you can build a community that will affect change. So when I've looked at policies all over the world, when it comes to how to make sure that all people can be caregivers, the most successful system is public paid family leave insurance. And this is a system in which workers make these payroll contributions. And as a rule, businesses are not having to pay full salaries during someone's leave, because people have made contributions. So they're paid out of that fund. And then the great news is that when that happens, when you follow that system, you see that more people stay in the workforce, and people enjoy the workforce more because they're able to afford their time to do caregiving and then come back to work. And if it's a couple, one person can take their paid family leave time, and then the other person can while the other one's back at work. So as a result, profits, productivity, employee retention, and morale all go up. This is this expression, a rising tide lifts all boats. This is one of the times that there's an actual solution right in front of us. This is proven to work when a society creates paid family leave insurance that people pay into. There is a way that allows businesses to thrive and people to thrive. And as a result, more men are doing caregiving and more kids are growing up seeing that in action. And I work individually at the business level. And here's what I tell businesses all the time. Changing things inside your business usually boils down to this: about 20% policy and 80% of it is culture. And the policies do matter. So you got to make sure that inside any business that there is caregiving leave that is gender neutral. What happened in the United States is that after my case, there's a government agency that watches out for these things. And they sent out guidance to all businesses saying it's so important that you clearly distinguish these two things here: physical recovery for women after giving birth, which of course makes sense, and caregiving leave. Caregiving leave has to be gender neutral. And when you do it that way, you see that a lot of places are actually surprised. They didn't know about this because no one has talked about it, because it's always been an issue that remains in the shadows. But until we address it, we won't get it fixed. And then the culture, these are some things we can do. We need to watch out for the ways that we talk about men, the assumptions that we make, the ways that any of us might be encouraging or pushing or furthering stereotypes that men somehow are not equal caregivers. We need to treat men as equal caregivers. We need to actively encourage them to take paternity leave. Paternity leave should be an automatic assumption in any workplace. Instead of saying to a man, well, we have 2 weeks of paternity leave, are you planning to taking it? No. You just say, okay, we have 2 weeks of paternity leave. Which weeks are you planning to take? Make it automatic so that they don't have to go through the process of proving that they need it. If you put it as a question, which they need to decide whether they're going to do it or not, then all the subjectivity, all the worries, all the stereotypes come into play. Oh, why did he choose to take it? Why couldn't he keep working? And when you do, you keep them and they stay, and that saves a lot of money. You don't have to replace these employees. Another part of this is to actively engage men in work-life balance programs. Very often, as men, when we hear about work-life balance or work-life integration, we assume that it's more for women. Actively engaging men, getting men involved by creating these conversations. This is really important. This is part of the work I do. I have these workshops in which I specifically go into an organization and I get men talking about this in a whole new way. It changes the cultural DNA of the organization. And we need to end stereotypes. I want to tie this up here and get to your questions soon, but we got to talk stereotypes because a lot of the guys that I've interviewed and experts who follow this, social scientists, they say that it's quite possible that stereotypes of men in TV, in certain like cartoons, in movies might actually be the biggest force holding us back. In fact, check out these statistics. So here's that study from Dove Men Plus Care. Women and men all over the world. These are huge numbers everywhere. Even the 47% of men in the US, like all of these numbers that you're looking at are huge. This is how many people complain about the images of incompetent fathers in media. And what you'll see is that often women are even more bothered by this than men are. And that makes sense. It makes sense that women will be just as bothered, very bothered, in some cases even more so. Because what happens is this: people in power, in government and business, they're exposed to so many images of men as disinterested, as incapable at home, that they genuinely believe that if you give a guy caregiving leave or a flexible schedule to do caregiving, that he's just going to go home, kick up his feet, crack open a beer, watch sports, and wait for his wife to come home and do everything. So they genuinely believe that making a man be productive means keeping him at the office. This is what fuels it, this false idea that men do less. Now, I've studied the data all over the world. Men actually do not get more leisure time than women. Men and women are putting in equal hours on behalf of our families in different ways. For men, more of it's at paid work. For women, more of it is at home. And that's because of these structures. But this idea of the lazy, incompetent father, it damages women's opportunities because it prevents men from caregiving, which prevents women from having opportunities at work. Also, these stereotypes of men are the flip side of the same coin of stereotypes of women. You know, these ideas that women are incapable in the workplace. Ha ha ha, a woman wants to be president, a woman wants to be a surgeon, a woman wants to be a nuclear physicist. Ha ha ha, a man wants to change diapers, a man wants to care for his children. It's the same exact idea, just in two different locations and turning gender on its head. So, you know, conquering that is very important. One thing to let you know is that I do at my website have this section called Dad Facts. It's at joshlebs.com, and you can see I'm just constantly updating it with facts from around the world. And I'll get you all some websites and information at the end of this. I'll put it into the chat when we're talking in a few minutes. So that's something to know. All right. Before I pop back onto the screen for you, I want to introduce just a final point for businesses and for individuals. The number one thing organizations of any kind, whether it's an organization like this or an organization that's a business, can do is communicate, to openly communicate about these. I'm telling you, so many men have told me that that they are afraid at work to talk about their caregiving challenges because they're afraid that a woman will say to them, "You man in a patriarchal system, who are you to complain about anything?" And I always say, no, look what happened. I spoke out about my case and women have been so supportive. It's like the floodgates of love opened and so many people, men and women and gender nonconforming people, were super supportive and continue to be. Communicating about this can change everything, making people feel safe, giving the psychological safety to talk about this. And on an individual level, we have some brand new research from Dove Men Plus Care that I just find so interesting, and I understand it. When we make sure, you know, there's a mental health crisis all over the world, and you probably know that men's suicide rates are substantially higher in most countries around the world. Men are much less likely to get help for mental health. What we found with this new survey from Promundo and Men Plus Care, 58% of men who meditate every day report sharing household work equally. And men who feel balance in their lives are twice as likely to report doing household work equally. Now, this totally makes sense to me because here's what's happening. I understand this from experience, like the story I told you about myself. when we are stressed, we are much more likely to put more and more hours into paid work. When we are able to let go of some of that stress and kind of get our mentalities back and feel more relaxed and feel more at peace, we are more likely to pursue work-life balance, which means more of our total work hours will happen at home instead of at paid work. So there's this deep connection here. When we make sure that men are an equal part of efforts to deal with self-care, to address that stress I told you about at the beginning, we get greater gender equality at home and at work. Of course we do. The same survey, by the way, shows something that we already knew, but just reinforces it. And that is that when boys and girls grow up seeing moms and dads as equals at work and at home, they are much, much more likely to do the same in their lives. So I always tell people, whether you're going to have kids or not, doesn't matter. If you believe in gender equality, making sure that moms and dads of today raise their kids with gender equality as a reality, that is the ultimate way to achieve it. It's a generational shift that takes ultimately that kind of time. All right, I want to ask you all one question, and then I'm going to pop back on the screen and get rid of these graphics. I'd like to ask this. What was your first dream? Not your first overnight dream, not that, but your first aspirational dream. Now, when I ask crowds this, often people say, well, I wanted to be a movie star or an airplane pilot, an astronaut. But technically, when we say that, we're wrong, because the first dream that we all had was the exact same one. It was to be held and loved and to explore this world, whatever it is, with love in our lives. That's it. Look into the eyes of any baby and you see it. It's literally primal. It's the first experience that we have. It's just so deeply embedded in there, we don't think about it much. But that's what it's all about. That's ultimately the value. You know, I said at the beginning when I showed you my son when he was born that the positive side of humanity is that we adapt to survive. That's only part of it. You know, I was wrong. There's another part of it. It's the innovation that we adapt to survive. But the other part of the positive story of humanity is that we love. We love. And when you put those two things together, you're doing everything I'm talking about today. Reorganizing our policies, our structures within humanity so that, you know, that's the type of innovation, right? So that we can make sure that love has a chance to thrive, that people, moms and dads, have a chance to be in loving relationships, to experience love, to be awake enough to be aware of their joys and to do the work they love. When you put those two things together, that is what it means to be all in. All right, let me jump back on the screen, do the stop share, make sure I can see you all. There you go. Here I am. And I just want you all to know that all the things that we can talk about today are open. I mean, I'm ready to hear what it is that you want to know, what it is that you find to be most interesting, most challenging, the way that these play out for you in your lives. And some of the unique cultural differences that we see around the world as well. These are all things that we can talk about. And then I'll pop back in at the very end to show you how you can reach me, how you can get these facts, how you can access whatever further information you're going to need. And, you know, after all these years in broadcasting, I'm pretty much ready to be an open book. So let's do this. Let's go ahead. Let's talk about what your questions are and tackle some of those while we have these minutes. And then I'll toss a little bit more answer at the end.
Thank you so much for that, Josh. Very, very interesting. Also interesting to see how different countries are dealing with this. But the more we're becoming a global village and almost one big, fat, happy family, these cultures are now having to interact with one another. And a culture that says a man doesn't change a diaper will now be impacted by a culture that says it's actually okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and it's happening already. And the good news is that all over the world, you're finding more and more individuals willing to say that. You know, part of what I saw a few years ago with the United Nations, with He for She, which I was involved in, is that in every single country in the entire world, there were men signing up for this and saying, yeah, it's time for this. Even countries in which men could be unsafe by saying that. They were still putting their names to it. They were still speaking out about it because there's a broad understanding that, with everything everyone's going through, this is the time to stand up, even if it means taking a risk. And what you're seeing is more and more men willing to do that.
Let me go to some of the questions that have been posed to you, Josh. This one says, what in your fact-checking experience is causing the lack of collaboration between men and women? Is the stereotypes and social background and how we are brought up and raised? And how in South Africa do we get more men to be all in with women?
Yeah. So what's holding people back the most is a lack of knowledge and lack of information. This entire field, unfortunately, the field of working toward gender equality and caregiving is plagued by misunderstandings. And I always tell people that, people can hear one word or one term and have a completely different understanding of it. So in my fact-checking work, for example, I've looked at different studies about gender equality around the world. There was a Reuters report that found that men support gender equality more than women do. But then there was another report that said, no, women support gender equality a lot more. And the reason is, so I went and dug into the data. A lot of time what's happening is people are not being told what things mean or what things are. So, for example, some men hear the term gender equality, they might think it means that immediately their organization has to change everything so it's 50% women at all levels, rather than considering who has what responsibilities or capabilities or background. But when you say things like, do you believe that men and women should have equal opportunities to thrive and succeed in both places without gender holding them back, you find more and more people saying yes. So part of it is making sure that we get basic facts, that we get clarity on what this is all about. I also always say a big tactic here is presumption of best intentions. So the same way I approached my business, I approach to this day with the presumption of best intentions. So, I'd like to assume that groups of people want to do the best. There are a lot of men who feel that if they start to talk about it, as I said, that they'll face a speech, a deluge, be told that they don't belong or that they shouldn't be listened to. So some of it is creating spaces in which we can talk about all these things. But the reason I start with so many facts all the time, and what I find in organizations is that it works. Once I come in and I present all these facts, then for the first time, men at that organization, at that business, raise their hands and share their stories. And the women who work there say they've worked with those men. This happens all the time. Women say they worked with those men for more than 10 years and had no idea that they were going through any of it. So presenting facts so that we all start to realize, we really are all in this together, and then providing a platform that's safe for us to communicate about it, that helps end the stereotypes. And also just speaking out. Anytime you hear a man who is trashed, dismissed, downgraded in any way for engaging in caregiving, it's important to speak up, just as men need to speak up about any form of sexism we see anywhere in society. We need allies as well. Men need to be allies for each other, women and gender nonconforming people, people who don't identify as either. We can all be allies for each other. And anytime we see someone who is being disrespected or in any way treated unfairly based on gender stereotypes, we speak up. That makes a big difference.
Going back to what you were saying, that dads must lead the fight against sexism.
Yeah.
Here's another question for you, Josh. Would you say that a father that significantly assists their partner with parenting could lead to improved performance and career progression for women in the workplace?
Yes. Oh, yes, definitely.
Goes to the example I gave when we started, right?
Yeah, your own father. Yeah. And as I recall, you said your parents were not married, or they were divorced.
They were
at that
married. They
point.
got divorced, and he continued to be a father.
Yep. Perfect example of everything that we're talking about here. Yes. Often we are unaware of what's holding people back. We see each other at work, or these days we see each other on Zoom, and we don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes. And what I have found through this research, when I have these really honest conversations, from a book alone, I did more than 100 hours of interviews. And since then, I've done even more. I keep finding consistently that people say things like this to me. Guys say, well, I'm really active with my family. I'm unusual. I am all in, but most guys aren't. And I'll say to them, well, think about the guys you know. Do you know any who aren't? Do you know any guys who completely ignore and trash their families? And they think about it for a while and they can't come up with any. But they're still convinced that they're unusual. Why do they think they're unusual? Because no one talks about this. So the reality is that, there used to be this offensive sexist line, I guess, behind every great man is a great woman. Well, behind every great woman, there can also be a great man. It's not always the case that people have partners. But the fact is, when there is caregiving responsibility to be done, not just for kids. More and more people are caring for their elderly parents, and that's a huge part of this. It's an equal part of this. It's only, as soon as caregiving comes up, you find a lot of women lose their career trajectories. There was this one statistic in America, half of women who drop out of the workforce say a chief reason was that their husbands could not get any time off of work. Meanwhile, there was a study that found that men are even more likely than women to switch jobs to have more time with their families. So what happens is people's careers get derailed when caregiving comes up and they don't have a spouse, a partner, or an ex-spouse who is a partner in caregiving, right? Who can take that on. It is a huge and crucial boon to women and their careers when there's caregiving to be done, that there be a second person who can do that. So yes, absolutely, it is. It's a big staple, and it should be a centerpiece of all gender equality efforts.
Josh, what are your views and opinions about phrases and slogans such as "men are trash"? You talk about watching how we speak to men or about men and the narratives that are being shaped. What do you make of slogans such as this, which are meant to shock, but also raise awareness in terms of sexism?
Yeah, good question. So, okay, we need to be, look, context is everything. We need to be careful about how we do this. If a group of women are sitting around and, having drinks together and they say, men are trash, I really don't care, There's this great, I'll post the video afterwards. There's this great musical comedy thing about this on YouTube. The same way that if guys are sitting around in a group and they say something about women, like, I'm just not worried about what's going on behind the scenes. I mean, if it's like, something horrific, like pro-violence or whatever, then obviously. But like, if it's just, men are trash, I don't care. What does become a problem is when we decide that it's okay to project that publicly and to try to make men, and what the net effect is that it makes men feel uncomfortable and unwelcome. As I mentioned, I speak at all these events. I did this one at Oxford. No, it was the following year. The same event came to Washington, D.C. And I spoke there as well. And I mean, it was wonderful, except in the opening gala event, amidst all these speakers, there was this one woman from the BBC who was there, and she decided that it would be the right time to tell all these anti-male sexist jokes. So she just got out there and started saying that it shouldn't have been wise men, it should have been wise women, because men aren't wise, and things about men's bodies that were just so inappropriate to be saying, and men can never be trusted to do that. It was as though she was joking with a few girlfriends. And there were men in the room, and I remember thinking, oh no, because I'm constantly telling guys, we are welcome in the effort to build gender equality. It is not anti-men. It is not a space that's opposing men. It is pro-men. There's this lion of the Supreme Court, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who sadly died last year, who is, a leading feminist. And she built her career in large part fighting for men as equal caregivers. I'm always telling guys, it's for us too. And then I see something like that and I'm like, oh no, what you're doing, even in humor, is sending the message that men are not welcome as a group. And that's just not productive. It just keeps people away. So the same way that I would be disgusted and horrified if a man said that about women, an event that was mostly men, I see the same thing there. Equality isn't always easy, Equality means holding yourself to the same rules and responsibilities that you hold the other side to. And what I tell people on this is that there aren't two sides. We are all in this together. The people who stand against advancement, I call them Neanderthals. And statistically, they're not as much of the population as we think they are. We can drown them out in numbers because the world has changed. And when you hear lines like that, like men are trash, men are awful, it is a step backward, and it's keeping out some people who could be involved. So in public spaces, I'd say no, stay away from that.
Josh, how far are we from the world actually changing? We're seeing this shift, but how far are we till we catch up with countries like Sweden, where paternity leave is nothing that is, it's not 2 weeks. Let's just start there. You know, they get their full 240 days of leave at home. In fact, men in Sweden, there's the popular term of soccer moms and latte moms. In Sweden, there's soccer dads and latte dads. How long till countries such as ours and our continent catch up with that kind of policy and narrative?
Yeah, no, I'm so glad you brought that up because this is such a crucial point. All right, so here's what happened. In Northern Europe, several countries created what are called daddy quotas. And here's why it made a big difference. In most of the world, when leave is available, when paid leave is available, it's available to either parent, and the family gets to choose who uses it. And what we saw, for example, in the UK is that after that became available, only about 1% of the take-up was by men. In Japan, which might have the world's best paternity leave, it was similar. It was about 2%. Even though men want it, they're not taking it up. Why is that? The stigmas against men who take it. There was this one leading male politician who announced he would take paternity leave, and he got all this hate mail from men and women, his constituents, saying, no, you're a man, you should be working. What Northern European countries did is so interesting. They, instead of creating time that's available to either parent, these countries created blocks of time for women and a big block of time for men. That is use it or lose it time. The man takes it or no one gets it. Yeah. And as a result, it reversed the stigmas. The percentages of men that took it went from the single digits up to like the 90s. Because instead of looking potentially bad for taking leave, you look like an idiot for not taking leave. Who's going to give up 3 months of paid leave to go take care of your family? Why would you possibly do that? And as a result, generations are growing up differently. So here's something that I saw. I mentioned I was at Oxford. I did a bunch of events there. One event was for the business school, where these young people were from all these different countries. And I was pointing out that we still raise boys and girls to have different expectations. And one way to see that is in babysitting. Very often boys and girls will babysit, but only girls will babysit for infants, even though teenage boys are just as capable of taking care of babies as teenage girls are. So I said to this group, I said, well, who here babysat when you were young? And they all raised their hands. I said, who babysat for babies? Only women raised their hand, except one guy. And I said to him, oh, you babysat for babies? And he shrugged. He said, yeah, I'm from Norway. See what happens? When you raise kids seeing that, it's completely normal. It's normalized to see men as caregivers. So that really proves what I'm saying, that it's about the stigmas. And so while we need to change these policies, while we need to change the cultures, stigmas are number one. And this is why groups like you, I'm in love with what you do. I want everyone to understand how important it is, the work that you're doing. When you're in South Africa, when you're in any country that faces this, which is almost all of them, and you are actively saying, let's address this, let's fix this, let's create platforms that build equality, and that includes supporting men as equal caregivers to end those stigmas so we can finally fix it, you are creating a generational shift. And the more groups that operate like Business Engage and all of your supporters here today, all the organizations that are part of this effort, the more that you all do this, the further you all will get, the further we all will get. So right now we're super far from, the latest thing is 173 years to gender equality, something crazy like that from the World Economic Forum. But we can speed it up if we jump on to efforts like this to address the workplace and equal caregiving at home. We can speed that up and we can make a huge difference. This is something which I know we are able to actually make a positive difference. And having been in a position to see this massive corporation revolutionize its policies, I know the snowball effect it can have, because other organizations all over America and around the world saw my case and got a little scared legally and concerned and immediately started changing their policies. So I have seen that our efforts can make a big difference. So even though gender equality is far away, don't give up. We can do this.
Speaking of your experience at CNN as well as a journalist, I've seen this firsthand, seeing my female journalist counterparts being given the 4 months maternity leave, and then having to speak to my male journalist friends who are saying, I got 3 days, and this is obviously before the landmark case in South Africa, or I got 1 week. And that is honestly nothing. But about this movement that we're discussing, Voices of Change, it's not a once-off as we're discussing. This is a journey, and it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of people to get involved. And as we're seeing, there is an appetite, there's growth, which leads to the next question. The Voices of Change initiative aims to have both men and women coming together to drive gender equality, which has always been viewed as a female issue. Now, earlier, Ntombi Mangwane said, this is not women talking to other women about women's issues, right? We're not going to gather and just braid each other's hair and then talk about our own issues and our plight. But this question goes further to say, what in your view could we do better as women's forums across various industries to get more men to join the conversation on gender equality? How do we attract men to want to be a part of this movement too?
I'm glad you asked that, because here's the trick of it, all right? This is really important. Oh, I'm so glad you said that. I should start bringing this up in case people don't ask. All right, the problem is that, as I said, most people are not aware of the facts that I share in this, and men are afraid to talk about their own challenges. So instead, what you get are men showing up at women's events to try to be super contrite and apologetic and say, men are bad, men are wrong, men are responsible for the problems. And what they're really doing unintentionally is praising themselves. You know, it's kind of stuck up, like, I'm this big exception among men. Go me. I'm here to fix things. And the reality is that lots of men want to be a part of this. I mean, that's just why I show statistics. The overwhelming majority of men want this change. So what we need to do is not just bring in men as speakers and as participants, but have more conversations in which we specifically focus on what are the challenges for men as equal caregivers. And, you know, a lot of the time what I do in these events is, when I travel around the world in normal times, is after a big talk like this for the whole staff, then I'll bring on some of the men who work there. And we'll do a panel, we'll talk. And what I tell them is, listen, when you come up here, you're not here to prove how, you know, pro-women you are. You're not here to trash men. You're here to share for the first time openly your experience. What is making it difficult for you to be an equal caregiver at home? And by the way, we can also be allies in workplace gender stereotypes, and men face these problems as well. You know, just as women get preposterously criticized for being too forward, too assertive, men often will be criticized for not being assertive enough, even though the man who's not assertive enough is being more assertive than the woman who's being less assertive. So, you know, we can all bond and challenge those problems as well. But giving men inside our organizations safe platforms, free of judgment, to talk about what is holding them back as caregivers, what is holding them back from self-care, what is holding them back from being able to find the kind of work-life balance or integration that they need, creating those safe platforms and saying, this is what you're here to discuss. You are not here to be a symbol of men and try to show that you're one of the good ones. You are here to be honest about what the challenges are so we can fix them. When guys are given chances like that, they really are much more likely to take it. And that's when we discover these structural impediments that we need to address.
The final question before we let you go, Josh. In order to have the right discussions to turn gender on its head, how do you empower yourself to do this?
That's such a good question. So, in my book, I had this one chapter that was called Male Privilege and Female Gatekeeping. So you're talking about self-empowerment. One thing we need to do is watch out for things ourselves, because of the way we're raised, as men, we can fall into a mindset that says, well, the diaper needs to be changed, that's more your thing. And the same way women can fall into a mentality in which they're saying, no, you're going to break the baby, you're going to do it wrong, let me do it, I'm going to do it. Because we're raised to think men aren't capable or are going to break the baby. So, watching out for ourselves is part of that empowerment. But another part of it is and this is something I'll leave you with, I'm also going to show you how to contact me, is being willing to take the risk. I understand most people will not be able to, risk their work, their careers the way that I did. I kept working at CNN after I launched that battle for 2 years. So, I didn't give up my career until my book came out and I wanted to leave. But I understand that, taking on a huge corporation might be too big a risk for some people, but I want men and women to know that if you stand up and do the right thing, there will be a community of people around the world who will support you. When you know that, you are more likely to feel empowered about doing it, about taking it on. And if you ever need to talk through it, I'm here. I just want to show you all how to reach me, and I'm gonna let you go. I don't want to make you be late. So look, anytime you want to talk through anything about how to find your way through this, reach out to me. You can reach out to me through my website, which is joshlevs.com. There's email for me right there. My one rule is that everywhere I talk, everyone has to just pick up their phones or go to their screens, go to LinkedIn right now, join me. LinkedIn is the best way for us to connect because I'll know where you are, and when I'm coming to town, we'll be in touch. And you can just use your phones if you want and just shine it on this. It'll take you over to my LinkedIn. Be in touch with me. Let me know what your challenges are, and I'll get you resources, and I'll get you other people. I'll get you facts. I'll get you what you need to help empower you in this battle so that you can do this. I'm a big believer in the power of individuals to make a difference. And I want to see each one of you feel strong and capable in doing that yourself in the most empowered way possible.
I'm certain that you have left all of us, men and women, with the upliftment and the encouragement that we needed, and given us some insights about how to tackle this moving forward, because it does remain a challenge. But it's good to see that there are champions like yourself, Josh, who are in the forefront. I mean, you took it all the way to the courts, making sure that there is gender equality also in the home space.
Yes. Thank you so much. And really, wonderful conversation, wonderful questions. It's been an honor. I hope to see you all in person someday.
100%. We hope so too. Let's all get vaccinated and be able to travel freely and meet properly. Well, that was Josh Levs. I found that absolutely mind-blowing because we have been discussing, the role of men in corporate, the role of men in our workspaces. But it's so interesting, and it makes a fundamental difference when those men are allowed and given the opportunity to be great fathers, to be the men in their homes and be the caregivers that, as Josh has said, they actually want to be. It's been an absolutely amazing day. I told you this is a journey. There's going to be magic. There's going to be fireworks. And to wrap up what has happened today, we've got Ms. Naidu on the line. Dashika will wrap up what has been going on today. And over to you.
Thank you so much, Masa. And I almost feel like Josh has done my job as well. He summarized, I think, what we're trying to do here so nicely, but I'll take a stab anyways. I want to just echo what he said and say that I am in awe of the day that has happened thus far. I represent Nedbank, and as one of the founding partners, together with Accenture and Business Engage, we have been planning this event since December last year. Therefore, to come to the end almost allows then a moment for pause and reflection, and I'm grateful for that. I want to start off by saying how immensely proud I am to be part of an organization that takes gender equality and its role in this so seriously. With gender equality being Sustainable Development Goal number 5, we at Nedbank, and I'm sure, as is true of every organization on this call, recognizes that we can only be successful and sustainable in a thriving economy, a well-functioning society, and a healthy environment. My second reflection point is deeply personal. My parents live with me, and as we've been on this journey of planning for this event, I've used my mom as a sounding board and as a friend to share each time we finalized a big moment, be that the theme and the focus for this year, or the branding, or even as we started finalizing the incredible speakers we have heard today. So I'll share a little bit about who my mom is. She's an incredible human. She's full of empathy and care for others. And she's also a brilliant mind with lots of ambition and drive. My mom, her drive is so strong that she actually went back to school at the age of 50, and she completed her matric with 5 distinctions. However, she lived in a time where the expectations that were set out for young women were for them to leave school around the age of 15, 16, to find a young man between the ages of 20, 23, to have kids, and then to create that stable home. At that point, that was what was deemed to be a successful woman. So, my mom followed the path that was laid out for her. She left school and met my dad. At the age of 21, she was married. She had 3 children, and as a stay-at-home wife and mother, she created this loving home and family. She really was, by the standards of that time, a successful woman. So I'm pretty sure that the story that I've shared is something that can be relatable to many of our moms and our aunts. Step forward now to 2021, and Deshika talking about this Voices of Change and the amazing things that we have planned, the conversation topics that we're exploring, and the networking opportunities that are starting to emerge. So, as I shared then with my mom in our afternoon conversations, I started to notice a gleam in her eyes. And I'm not sure if it is the welling up of tears as she realizes the opportunities that she did not have, or if it's from the excitement of what Voices of Change is promising to be, or more likely, perhaps it's the combination of both of these things. I share the story with you all to recognize that we are so privileged to live in this time, in this moment, to have the opportunities available to us and to be able to share and shape more than was ever previously possible our world. It's certainly not yet perfect. And I believe that in addition to our privilege, therein also lies our responsibility and our obligation for our daughters and for our sons, for our nieces and for our nephews. Anne Shongwe shared earlier that the United Nations says there are still 135 years before full economic equality between men and women can be achieved. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but personally, I think that it's not really acceptable. So I ask myself, and I extend then the same questions to each of you on this call. And I want to just check in. At an individual level, what then are we doing to deliberately and purposefully drive and then change? How then am I getting comfortable with the uncomfortable to broker those tough conversations about where then gender inequality is still accepted? I'm reflecting as well about how I show up, or do I show up as an upstander for gender equality? I think about the legacy that I want to leave behind to ensure then that our next generation are not having the same discussions we are having? And lastly, how do I magnify the opportunities and make them meaningful, not just for myself or for the people that I know, but making them meaningful for everyone around us? I also want to just look back at the day and acknowledge the content, the passion, the energy from our speakers. That really is what made this event so incredible. There are too many insights that stand out to allow me to draw attention to one or two. And I also recognize that what landed for each person would be different. I know that what landed more strongly for you is exactly what is intended for you at this moment. I want to take a moment just to thank all our speakers and our contributors, and to say a massive, heartfelt, and sincere thank you for what you have brought to us today. You are appreciated. My final piece of reflection for the day is on how much I love being part of Voices of Change. It really is phenomenal how much this event has grown year after year after year. And I think that's come out at various times through our conversation today. Masa, from your end, Josh giving attributes then to Voices of Change as well. And I want to recognize that in shaping this event, I've had the opportunity to meet and work with some incredible human beings. Ntombi, Danielle, Rubina, and the rest of the Accenture team, you have been so energetic and you are the fuel behind this event. Colleen, you are a superwoman and you have demonstrated that you can do anything. To my own support at Nedbank, B. Knox and Lerato, you have been the pillar of strength and support, and I treasure you. To all other partners that have joined, and to each of you on the call, you have allowed us to have that louder, stronger, more impactful positioning for 2021. I always say that gender parity is not a competition. It is a collective narrative we are attempting to change and influence. This is something that is not just for our time, but for all the generations still to come. And in light of that, to see this true collaboration is just so amazing. We are building a movement here to enlighten, to empower, to engage, and influence lasting change across South Africa. And I, for one, hold my head up with pride to say that I am part of this. I hope that you feel the same way I do, and you are proud to have been part of Voices of Change and will continue to grow with us. Lastly, Masa, you have created and held the space for us just so completely. So thank you. You do it so well. And really, I'm fangirling over your abilities right now. I'm going to pause there and hand back to you. Thank you, everyone, for being part of this event.
And Deshika, I'm fangirling right back at you and your team. I'd like to actually just reiterate and echo what you have just said now, Deshika, to the organizers of this event. It is of us gathering here today, it takes a lot of work. But to the organizers of this movement that continues when we leave today, it doesn't end here. We've had incredible speakers.
Yes.
I am personally mind blown. I am honored. I am so privileged to be a part of this. I can't wait to see its growth. There's rapid growth with Voices of Change from 2017 to 2021 in such a small space. We're already seeing the fruits of our labor. Now, who's to say what is going to happen in the next 20 years, I want to look back and say, I'm a part of it. I was a part of it. I was there, and it was intentional that I was there. So I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to thank you all for watching, for sending your questions, for engaged, for taking interest in our plight for gender parity. I'd like to thank both the men and the women who dialed in and stayed in tune with us for this day and the duration of today. And I'd like to encourage you to take on these pearls of wisdom, to soldier forth in your own little corners. I will be doing the same with all that we've learned here today. And I would be amiss to say goodbye without acknowledging again our partners for this year, a whole 15. I must tell you, this is exciting. This tells me the direction that corporate South Africa is going in. It's not all doom and gloom. Yes, we had a horrible 2 weeks in July, but guess what? What's happening post-July, what's happening post the 5th of August at Voices of Change is going to be incredible. So thank you once again to Accenture, AECI, Anglo Gold Ashanti, Aspen, Astron Energy, Business Engage, F&B, Imperial, Vodacom, Westbank, Life Netcare, Pfizer, Refinitiv, R&B. We are so grateful. We'd like to say thank you. We'd like to say we appreciate your efforts, and we'd like to say we are 150% behind you. We're not waiting 135 years. We are on this journey. It is a movement. So from myself, Masa, Kekana, it's been an absolute pleasure. I wish you an incredible evening and a great journey ahead.